I have visible holes in my memory from when I was a kid. You know, trauma. And it's a different kind of trauma because there's a monster involved. It's 30 years later. I can't imagine many things that are as terribly life-changing. I was 2 weeks away from my 17th birthday. What could I have done? What could I have done?
Okay, I've got the command on the phone. They're expecting you down there.
A week ago today, Sara Wood, a 12-year-old, left this church and was traveling a short distance, about a mile to her home. She made it about halfway, and we found her bicycle at around 4:30 that afternoon.
I am Dusty Wood. I am Sarah's older brother. I was 16 when she was abducted in 1993.
We need to know where Sara is. Please help us find her.
When I got a call from my sergeant that there was a missing girl, he didn't say runaway, he said missing child, which was unusual. So I immediately drove up there. This is a church that Sarah's father was pastor at the time. The day that this happened, she was here doing schoolwork.
Tell me where she rode.
She would have gone right out here and right down this road.
So this is where she took a turn?
Yep, her house is not too far up here on the left. This is the area where the bicycle was found.
I remember that moment. I'm standing next to my mother, and that's when you know. It's all over. It's all over.
Command post surrender.
We set up a station there. We could do everything out of that church.
They send right up in here.
There were troopers from all over the state.
All over the state there.
Days went by, weeks, months.
Right.
Would either one of you have ever guessed the turn this case would take on January 7th, 1994?
No.
And this was still back in the day of where teletypes would come across. One came over about an abduction or attempted abduction in Massachusetts.
12-year-old Rebecca Savarese. She's simply walking to school. She's approached by a stranger who puts a gun to her, and that broke the entire case.
She's the key. She's the linchpin. She's what made it all happen. She got away. Okay, that's what put us on to Louis Lent.
Louis Lent came across as just kind of an ordinary guy. He was a handyman. I don't think anybody would have ever conceived that he was doing what he was doing.
I'm Julia Cowley, retired FBI agent and profiler.
He was prepared with duct tape. He had a gun with him. He had a knife with him. He had rope with him. So he was always ready. He's a child predator. You know, he enjoyed going out and driving around and, in his words, hunting for children.
He killed Sara Anne Wood. He did confess to it. But we don't have Sarah's body.
Finding the body is important because then my mother could know where she is.
Do you think Louis Lent will give that up?
I don't know. If he does, it won't be out of the goodness of his heart. He does have a lot to hide.
My sister's life ended, and I couldn't stop that. Someone hurt her and took her life. I know at the time I felt like I could have done something, but I couldn't. She was an exuberant person. She was excited to be alive.
It's been a little over 3 decades since his 12-year-old little sister disappeared. But for Dusty Wood, memories of Sara have not faded with time.
Morning, Sarah.
What?
Morning.
Good morning.
You ready to eat?
No. I want to stay here and play video games.
Every picture you see of her, it's like a big beaming smile, those bright blue eyes.
Dusty says the two of them had a lot in common.
I'm an extrovert, she's pretty extroverted. She's not a person in the background. She stuck out.
Hey, Dad. Dad, over here. Ah!
She was funny. I imagine she would be funny now.
On August 18, 1993, Dusty, then just 16 years old, was enjoying a lazy summer day with his family in Sequoiat, a small town in central New York.
That day, we had gone shopping, we had come home. We just hung around the house. We lived in the country, so there wasn't a lot of stuff to do.
Sara had made plans to ride her bike to Vacation Bible School at the church where her father was a pastor. It was just about a mile down the road.
The last time I saw her, she was singing Dolly Parton.
Do you remember what song she was singing?
Working 9 to 5. Yeah. She and I were at the front door, and so I was listening to her as she's working 9 to 5. And then she got on her bike and was like, "See you later."
When Sara didn't return home later that afternoon, Dusty and Sara's parents began to worry.
So I remember getting a phone call from my parents at my friend's house. "Hey, did you see Sara?" And me being like, "No." And so at that point, we rode our bikes and came home, didn't see her.
Soon after, that's when a neighbor came across Sara's bike hidden in the bushes on the side of the road, less than a half mile from the family's home. Police were called. Around 6 p.m., New York State Police Trooper Timothy Blaze, who is now retired, arrived at the scene. So, Tim, where was her bicycle found?
It was off the grassy area. It was in where the shrubs are. And there was also some school paperwork that was around. Some papers were blowing around.
And at the time, did anyone remember seeing a truck or a child being grabbed or anything? No. I mean, she just vanished.
Yeah, well, as you can see, I mean, there's nobody here really to see anything, you know?
By early evening, the massive search for Sara began.
We'd be out in the woods searching for her at midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, hoping that we find her in maybe a hole or she fell down in something.
48 Hours was invited by Sara and Dusty's parents, Bob and Frances Wood, to witness those early days of the investigation in hopes that the media attention would help find Sara.
Hold for an officer and I'll be right with you.
It would become one of the largest searches for a missing child during that time.
The first day was the worst, first night.
We're just checking to see if anybody have any information on the Sara Woods case.
First night, of course, you know, I was up on the road all night, out in the woods all night. Second day, I was on the road all night, watching.
Pioneer 1 to Federation Command Post.
Bob Wood's tiny church was turned into a state police command post.
Command post surrounded.
The more people we can reach early on, while the thing is still fresh in their minds, the better chance we stand of maybe turning something up that'll help us. The big thing as far as the uniformed troopers are concerned is the door-to-door.
Anything out of the ordinary in the past week or so?
No. Can that be done with the chopper? The thing that keeps everybody going is the uncertainty. Not knowing whether she's dead, whether she's alive, whether she's a mile away, or whether she's 120 miles away.
So now all I'm doing is praying and encouraging people, because they're doing all the work.
We've expanded the search operation. We're probably into the area of 600 square miles.
I'm getting in fresh crews. I got more crews coming in from different parts of the state.
And we're going to be crawling on our hands and knees. It's really thick once we get down in there.
Let's find that guy, bud. Let's go. When you're dealing with a child, if it hits you personally, it hits me personally,
You tend to devote 110%. Let's go. Track him up. I hope we find this girl.
Thank you, Lord, for this day, and we thank you now for the good food that we have. We do ask that you would be with Sarah, nourish her, protect her. Please bring her home to us tonight. How's it going, guys? Sarah's father. Doing a good job out there. That's like, you know, I'm on a precipice, and there's a deep, dark cliff there. Hi, how you doing, hon? I'm glad you're here. I really am. And if I step over and self-pity and start to go down there, I may not be able to get back up. How you doing?
I'm doing just fine.
Frances is strengthening daily. She's in the Bible a lot. Dusty, he's strong. He's real strong.
Tell me about yourself.
Oh, myself? Yeah. I don't know.
What we need is a break, a good solid lead that we can take and finish this case up with.
And Bob believed police were going to get that break.
We're doing the state of Texas.
If enough people could see his daughter's face.
Somebody stops one of these stores and gasses up. 10 minutes later, you can see my daughter. They can make the phone call we need to get.
You see this little person here? This is my baby. Whatever I have to do, I'm going to do to find this little girl here.
Sarah's mother, Frances, made a public plea.
Whoever is behind this, I hate you. I don't hate you. I just want my daughter back. That's all. I just want her here, right here with us.
Investigators were determined to find out what happened to Sarah, and they did not shy away from looking anywhere or at anyone.
Our entire family was focused on getting Sarah back. So, you want to investigate me? I'm okay with that. Sarah's got to come home. We'll do whatever it takes, period.
When this happened, people realized this could happen to anybody. It could be their children.
Retired New York State Police detectives Reese Treen and John Fallon were state troopers when Sara Wood disappeared in 1993.
My daughter was only 5 miles from there when this happened at her grandparents' house at 3 years old. It's home.
Treen and Fallon were part of the army of investigators from around the state.
Thank you for your help.
Assigned to search for Sarah.
We had no vehicle. She didn't just go into thin air.
They would join Frank Lawrence, one of the lead detectives.
Something or someone had to have taken her.
There it is, right there. Sarah, Channel 2.
Yet despite the weeks of media attention that Sarah's case received, Lawrence, now retired from the New York State Police, says law enforcement still had very little to go on.
Somebody took her, we didn't know. So when you don't know, you have to eliminate everything, every possibility. And you start local.
And that included questioning the people closest to Sarah, her brother and her parents.
You had to look at the woods.
The woods were looked at.
I mean, wasn't
We have
that
to.
tough, though?
It's always difficult to do that, you know, especially in this case, because they're such good parents. Bob Wood was there every day.
Glad you're here, though. You're helping out a lot.
Every day.
Investigation isn't over. This is one facet.
I had a hard time going there every day.
Once the Woods were eliminated, Lawrence says they turned their attention to investigating known and suspected sex offenders.
Each and every one of them had to be spoken with and eliminated. And we did. We did.
And they still had nothing.
We got this section done.
Despite the long hours and heavy manpower. Until a bitterly cold day in January 1994, 5 months after Sarah disappeared, Officer Timothy Blaze was working in the command center when a message came in via teletype, a device that police departments used at the time to share information.
One came over about an abduction or attempted abduction in Massachusetts that I handed off to Frank.
Another 12-year-old girl named Becky Savarese was almost abducted as she walked to school in Pittsfield, Massachusetts, 100 miles away. Becky didn't respond to 48 Hour's most recent request for an interview, but back in 1994, she did speak with me and told me her remarkable story.
I was coming up here.
It was 7:10 in the morning on January 7th at one of the busiest intersections in town.
When I was listening to my music, he was on the side of me.
Like where I am?
Yeah. He was saying stuff before. I didn't know what he was saying, so I took my earphones out to hear what he was saying. And then he said, "Do you see the gun I have?" And I was like, "Yes, I see the gun you have." He's like, "Just do everything I say. Everything would be perfectly okay." I was like, "All right."
He had it up against you?
He had it about maybe an inch away from me.
Were you scared?
No.
You weren't scared?
I wasn't scared. We turned down here to where his truck was parked.
Now, he wants you to go in the truck that's
Right.
over there.
Right.
You're not intending to go into that truck?
No. If I got away, I didn't care if he shot me. I just knew I was not going to get into that truck.
Why did you know that? Was that something someone had told you, or?
I just felt it inside me. I knew I was not going to get into that truck.
That's when Becky came up with an idea that possibly saved her life. She faked an asthma attack.
I started to fake that I was like losing breath. When I was trying to take my backpack off, he tried to grab for me, and he got my backpack instead, and I just ran.
Becky ran into a man clearing snow off a sidewalk who called the police. At about the same time, a witness called in with 3 digits from the truck's license plate. Investigators began searching for the vehicle.
I remember it well because it was a blizzard.
Despite the snowstorm, a Pittsfield officer spotted a truck with those 3 digits in its license plate sitting in a driveway in a residential area. The officer quickly called for backup.
And they knocked on the door and said, who was driving this truck earlier?
The homeowner told the officers a friend named Louis Lent had borrowed the truck, and he just happened to be sitting in the kitchen. When police entered the house to question Lent, he denied knowing about Becky, but willingly agreed to come down to the police station.
Had Louis Lent, that name, Louis Lent, ever come up before?
No, not in our investigation.
Had he ever been connected to a disappearance of a child?
No.
But he had a criminal history?
Yeah, some minor things like bad checks and forged checks, things like that, but nothing that approaches this.
And when investigators searched Lent's vehicle, they knew they had the right man.
They found Rebecca's backpack, they found a gun, they found duct tape and clothesline rope, basically his kidnapping abduction kit.
Although the attempted abduction was 100 miles away in Pittsfield, Massachusetts, everyone wondered if Lent could have also taken Sara.
Got a call from the lieutenant. He says, well, go home and pack a bag and you're going to Pittsfield.
Almost 12 hours after the attempted abduction of 12-year-old Becky Savarese, New York State Police Detective Frank Lawrence struggled through a snowstorm and finally arrived at Pittsfield, Massachusetts, eager to speak to Louis Lent, but he would have to wait his turn.
There's similarities, but it's a Pittsfield case, okay? They would talk to him, then we'd get him in between.
And he was willing to talk to you?
Yeah, he talked to us.
And during their conversations, Lawrence says he and 2 other New York investigators made sure Louis Lent understood why they were there.
I actually showed him this poster. And I said to him, Lou, this is who I'm here to talk to you about. So he knew that eventually we're going to be talking about this, okay?
How did he react, did he?
He was flat.
Flat?
Yeah, he was flat through the whole thing.
Did that make you think he had no idea who she was?
I didn't really care. I was going to find out. That's what we were there for.
But getting Louis Lent to admit anything was not going to be easy. Although Becky Savarese and a witness picked him out of a lineup, it took Lent until the next morning to admit he had tried to take her. Louis Lent was arrested and charged with kidnapping and assault with a deadly weapon. But New York investigators were not done with Lent. They started to ask him questions about other missing kids.
We talked to him. We spent a lot of time with him.
And that's when Lawrence says he and New York investigators came up with a strategy.
We found out that he was religious.
So he says they brought a Bible into the interview room.
That Bible sat on the table in front of him. Anytime he would wander, okay, we would use the Bible. And we go, Lou, you gotta tell the truth. And this comes from the heart. You gotta tell us the truth. We would go back to the Bible.
And Lawrence says the strategy appeared to be working because as the hours went by, Lent started to reveal things about himself and some very disturbing plans for the future that involve kidnapping young victims.
He told us about his master plan. Once he found the acceptable, vulnerable individuals, he was going to bring them back to his house and put them in, like I describe it as a coffin, but keep them alive so that he could use them and have them whenever he wanted them.
Investigators would later find the beginning of his horrifying construction project when they searched Len's bedroom and found this wooden partition wall, and things only got worse.
He wanted to talk about Jimmy Bernardo.
Jimmy Bernardo was a 12-year-old boy who had gone missing 3 years earlier in Pittsfield, Massachusetts. A month later, hunters would find his body. The case had stumped local investigators for years, but now Lent was about to tell everyone what had happened to Jimmy.
He was riding his bike through a strip mall in Pittsfield, Massachusetts. Louis Lent was a janitor at the cinema center there in Pittsfield.
When Jimmy stopped in front of the cinema to wait for a friend, that's when Lent said he offered him money to help him clean the movie theater. Jimmy agreed.
And then once Lent got him inside, he overpowered him and kidnapped him.
Lent told investigators he drove Jimmy 200 miles to a rural and isolated area near his hometown of Reynoldsville, New York. Then he said he strangled Jimmy to death and left him there.
He had details that only the killer and the police knew.
As horrific as that revelation was, investigators kept pressing him about Sara Wood.
The more we talked about Sara, we're probing, he's responding.
And then, 5 months after she went missing, Louis Lent finally confessed. Lent admitted that he had kidnapped, raped, and then murdered Sara Anne Wood.
She was vulnerable. He was hunting, and he found the victim.
And just like Jimmy Bernardo, Detective Lawrence says Lent's account matched details only known to investigators. Lent knew specifics about what Sara had been wearing and details about her bike that had not been made public.
He knew that the chain on the bike was broken. And he also said that the bike was a little bit big for her. I didn't know that. I found out later that it was.
Then Lawrence says Lent drew them a map showing where he said he buried Sara's body.
This is just a copy, obviously.
Right, but this is actually what Louis Lent did.
He drew that. I handed him a piece of paper, and this is what he drew.
And where did he say he put her?
Off Route 28, up by Blue Mountain Lake.
Blue Mountain Lake is located in a remote woody area near Racket Lake in New York's Adirondack Mountains. And within hours, police from all over New York State were dispatched and searched the area. Bob Wood was there along with Dusty, who was a senior in high school.
It was very cold. It was ridiculous. And it was tons of snow. Remember, a lot of helping. A lot of people.
How you guys doing for tarps up here?
Was that a time when you thought you might be able to bring Sara home?
Yeah.
For over 50 days, they searched for Sara in the Adirondacks.
It was 30 below zero. We could only stay outside for 20 minutes at a time. We were in waist-high snow. We had shovels, we're digging, we're looking for any evidence at all having anything to do with Sara. We were hoping somebody would come up with something that had something to do with her. It just didn't happen.
As investigators continued to look for Sara's body, Lent would face murder charges in both Massachusetts and New York.
It was a rare occasion where everyone was laser focused on one event, which was find Sara, bring him to justice.
Before Louis Lent could be tried for Sara Wood's murder in New York, he first had to face charges in Massachusetts. In 1995, Louis Lent went on trial and was ultimately convicted for Becky Savarese's attempted kidnapping and was sentenced to 17 to 20 years. Almost 1.5 years later, after taking a plea, he was given a life sentence for murdering Jimmy Bernardo.
Television, radio, and newspaper outlets.
And then on June 6, 1996, Louis Lent arrived at Herkimer, New York, to a media frenzy.
And the district attorney wanted justice for Sara Anne Wood and her family.
Jeffrey Carpenter is Herkimer County's district attorney. He wasn't in office when Sara Wood was murdered, but he has studied Louis Lent's case files. He says the DA's office thought Louis Lent was going to plead guilty to killing Sara, but without warning, Lent changed his mind.
It's my understanding that when he entered the courtroom and he saw certain members of the public, especially I think her family, he decided on that day he did not want to enter a plea.
Days later, Lent would change his mind again and finally entered a guilty plea.
What do you remember of him sitting there?
I couldn't believe how small a man. I couldn't believe it. Not imposing.
Almost 4 years after Sara Wood was abducted and murdered, Louis Lent was sentenced to 25 years to life. He was sent back to Massachusetts to serve the rest of his life in prison.
He will never cause harm to anyone else.
But it was not over for the Wood family and New York State Police investigators. They still needed to find Sara.
He changes his story so often, it's hard to tell what's the truth and what's fiction.
In fact, Detective Treen says Lent's original story that he buried her in the Racket Lake area turned out to be a lie.
He cashed a check on August 18th in Pittsfield at 6:18 p.m. So he did not physically have time to abduct Sara at around 2:30 p.m. and then drive to the Adirondacks, dig a grave, bury her, and then drive back to Pittsfield to cash a check.
So investigators continued to visit Lent in prison, hoping that over time he would reveal where he buried Sara and perhaps even disclose the murders of other victims. Detectives Fallon and Treen say they visited Lent in prison about 20 times.
Isn't it difficult at times, though, for the two of you not to just jump across the table and grab him?
No. One of the things you have to do is you have to leave hate outside of the room when you go in.
They didn't push him, but during their conversations, Lent revealed that he often suffered from blackouts and claimed he had an evil alter ego that he called Stephen.
He has this dichotomy, this is the word he used. He has a really good side that studies the Bible and actually was a traveling minister. Then he has this evil side, and he has these uncontrollable compulsions, is the way he put it, to do terrible things that he could not stop.
Somehow, Lent managed to hide that evil side from nearly everyone he knew.
Louis Lent spent the last year
Back in 1994, 48 Hours correspondent Richard Schlesinger interviewed some of Lent's friends.
This sidewall here, it was caving right in.
Right.
And
he helped you with that too, huh?
Oh, yes.
To Phil Schallies, who is legally blind, Lent was a good Samaritan.
Just came over and said, well, I'd be glad to give you a hand. I hear you're doing work on your foundation. He said, I'd be glad to help you out. We built a border all the way around. We put in probably hundreds of hours working together in that cellar. It was definitely hard work.
And he did that all out of the goodness of his heart?
Yes, he did.
To Frank Gillette, the dean of students at a Bible school that Lent attended, he was a gentleman.
He was intelligent. He was unassuming. He was quiet. One thing about Louis that everyone remembered was he always had his hand out to shake your hand when you were meeting one. And if you didn't watch out, he'd give you a big bear hug.
He had a lot of children with him, young kids. The kids would play video games, and then they would come in and go to the movies, and he would bring them home.
To Richard Bauman, who employed him, Lent seemed like a mentor to children.
They called him the big brother.
They did?
Oh, yeah.
The kids?
Yes.
Bauman owned the movie theater where Lent worked as a janitor for 6 years, and he thought he knew Lent very well.
I hired him. I worked side by side with him.
Tell me what's going on.
I just feel as though I may have missed something that he might have said or done that would have keyed me.
They would have let you know.
Just give me a clue that there's something wrong with this guy.
People have trouble understanding that you can have this very religious, God-fearing, nice, polite man, and contrast that to his other side where he is hunting and preying on and killing children. Those can exist in one person.
Julia Cowley is a retired FBI agent and profiler who worked on cases like the Golden State Killer. She now hosts a true crime podcast called The Consult, Real FBI Profilers.
This podcast is about criminal profiling.
Cowley has never met Louis Lent, but at our request, she reviewed his background and studied his confessions. She says that what appeared to be Lent's desire to help people could actually have served a selfish purpose.
By helping all these people, this is a way to maybe hide who he really is, to gain people's trust. When you do that, you can manipulate them, you can control them. It's strategically motivated as opposed to being motivated by true emotion.
Just like other serial killers she has studied, Cowley says Lent is completely self-centered.
His needs come before anybody else's, obviously. He had no regard for his victims. He has no regard for victims' families.
Something Reese Treen says he has seen firsthand.
He knows what emotions are that other people have, but he doesn't feel them himself. One of the things that he said in the past is that the murders ruined his life. He's remorseful that he got caught, that it ruined his life, but he doesn't think in terms of it ruined anybody else's life. He just doesn't think that way.
Louis Lent so quickly admits to kidnapping and killing Sara Wood. Why not tell it all? Why not give all the details?
It's just a secret he wants to hold on to. It's his. It's the only thing he has that's his own that he can control. And a bit of sadism, knowing that family members want answers. Continuing to hurt them is something I think that he feeds off of. There's some enjoyment in there. Most killers don't tell us everything. They rarely give the full story.
Instead, Lent reveals what he wants, when he wants, on his own timetable. And in 2013, he revealed something new.
I've described it as speaking directly to the devil. He really is the devil.
As detectives Fallon and Treen continued to question Louis Lent about Sara Wood and other possible victims, in 2013, he made yet another confession.
He ended up admitting to killing Jamie Lusher.
9 months before Sara was abducted, Jamie Lusher, a 16-year-old teen with disabilities, disappeared in Westfield, Massachusetts, just 40 miles from the Pittsfield area.
Again, he was riding his bike through a parking lot of a Friendly's restaurant.
His bicycle was later found in a wooded area close by. Lent told investigators that after he kidnapped and murdered Jamie, he discarded the teenager's remains in Greenwater Pond in Beckett, Massachusetts.
We had divers go actually with the Massachusetts State Police divers, and they all dove the pond, and nothing was found.
As he has done many times before, Lent would later recant his confession. Authorities decided not to charge Louis Lent with Jamie's murder, hoping that one day he will lead them to his body.
At this point, we're not interested in further prosecution. He's not going anywhere.
At a press conference shortly after the confession, Jamie's sister talked about the grief she endured since her brother went missing.
Anybody that knows me knows I talk about this. I think about this every day.
It's this searing heartache, in part, that keeps authorities motivated to find the missing. So soon after Lent confessed to killing Jamie, DA Jeffrey Carpenter got permission to take Lent, who was serving his life sentence in Massachusetts, out of prison and back to New York. This time, they drove him around, hoping he would reveal anything that would help them find Sara.
So really, what did we have to lose? We had to do it. We drove to the Massachusetts border. We drove to the Vermont border. He took us to where she was abducted. He took us to where he claimed he murdered her.
But after 3 long days and over 600 miles of driving, Carpenter says New York authorities ended the operation.
The consensus was he absolutely knew where she was. He just was not going to tell us.
Before Carpenter sent Lent back to Massachusetts, he recorded this conversation with him.
You know, we've spent some time here the last couple of days. Hope you feel you were treated with respect.
Oh, all the way.
Yeah, treated well?
Yes.
Well, that was our end of the bargain, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
What was your end of the bargain?
Do the very best I can to find Sara.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is that what we've done?
That's what we've done. I would say that I tried. I was absolutely sure that I knew the route, but when it came down to it, I could only get partial of where I actually went.
What was going through your head when you're talking to him?
Anger. He does not forget details. He recalls details. He recalls many things until he wants to pretend he doesn't remember.
A decade after that fruitless search, in November of 2023, investigators were back out looking again, this time at the Green Mountain National Forest in Vermont, after Detective Treen identified an area with landmarks that Lent had talked about during their many conversations.
Just too many things matched up. A lot of boxes were checked.
What's more, search and rescue dogs taken to the area had alerted to a possible body there.
So we were hopeful, optimistic that we would find something there, and we never found anything.
But authorities kept looking. Earlier this year, detectives went back to the cellar that Lent worked in with Phil Shalley's to see if they missed something in 1994. The search turned up no new evidence.
Do you feel in a way that you might be running out of time? Louis Lent is in his 70s.
It's a concern, but that's one of the things we can't control.
Regardless of the challenges, authorities say they will never stop looking for Sara Wood and Jamie Lusher. Dusty Wood says he chooses not to think about Louis Lent.
Every day I'm less angry because I devote my energy to positive things.
Every year, Dusty and some family members participate in the Ride for Missing Children.
Ready?
Rolling!
A 78-mile bike ride that was created in Sara's honor by Bob Wood. The riders wore jerseys that were turquoise and pink, the colors that Sara wore when she was abducted. Riders stop at schools along the way to talk about abduction prevention.
The most important thing for us as a family is to protect kids and make sure that if there's anything that can be done to protect them from monsters like Louis Lent, that it be done.
Writers pay silent tribute to those children whose families hold out hope that they will be found alive, and to children who went missing and are never coming home, like Sara Anne Wood. Dusty says he and his family are grateful to their community, who have supported them since the beginning.
There'll be never a way to repay the kindness of strangers that opened up the possibility of giving the best chance to my sister.
He's not sure if they will ever find his sister's body, but he is at peace.
I'm waiting for the day I see Sara in heaven, and I know that day is coming, and that makes me feel good.
New CBS Next. A wife terrified of her estranged husband
I don't want him anywhere near me.
is found shot to death.
Lady down, lady down.
The hunt was on.
You leave no rock unturned.
But could her murder have been prevented?
I knew this was going to happen.
48 Hours is all new. CBS Next, in streaming on Paramount Plus.
I don't want her to be a cold case.
Please get some water, hydrate.
Are you ever overwhelmed as you look around at this wide open space?
No, we're gonna find her. We gotta keep searching.
This one and this one,
This
right?
one, yeah.
I want her to be found. I want to bring her home to our kids, to our families.
How often do you think about your sister?
All the time. I still can't believe it's like she just vanished.
My impression of Maya was that she had a beautiful home life. She was an accomplished career woman. She was a super mom.
What was she like as a friend?
Kind, funny, witty. Her voice, oh my God. She could sing. She could play the guitar. She's very talented. She could do martial arts, jeeping, off-roading.
There's my adventurous little girl.
It's so pretty.
She loved the outdoors.
When did you notice something was wrong?
She's planning for her daughter's birthday, and we haven't heard anything from her. This is not her at all.
When we walked in, the house was a mess. Boxes everywhere. I right away knew there was something really wrong here.
Did you ever think in that moment in that house that Larry did something to Maya?
Yeah.
Larry was the last person that saw her.
What was his demeanor when you showed up and started asking questions?
Calm. He hadn't slept much. It didn't look like he was unconcerned about his wife being gone. He said this wasn't all that unusual for her. I didn't have the answers at that point, but I was very suspicious, so I needed to gather more evidence. The family was well aware this marriage was not working out. He went on the internet, found a website that does witchcraft, casts spells. He bought one of the spells.
I don't even know how to make this out, so I need your help.
This is the spell that he casts on Maya, and that's blood that's on there. He created the witchcraft altar, and he puts down the picture of himself and Maya.
He wrote, "Can you hex to have her hurt enough that she will have to depend on me? Maybe an accident or broken bone."
That's really hard to hear.
What kind of person do you believe Larry is?
Very damaged person.
Do you think Maya left that house on her own?
No. No.
It's been really hard. He's our family. We're still asking the public, please help us bring my sister home.
More than a year has gone by since 39-year-old Maya Millete, mother of 3 young children, vanished in Chula Vista, California.
I still have hope. I still had that hope that we'll find her alive.
Maya's sister, Mary Chris, and her husband, Richard Drulier, have fought hard so Maya's disappearance doesn't become a cold case.
It's been a really, really tough year with the whole family. We still don't have answers yet.
Maya was 13 years old when she immigrated to the United States from the Philippines with her parents and 5 siblings in 1995. Mary Chris says her sister thrived in Honolulu, Hawaii, where the family settled to build a new life.
She's always been, the smart one, and she's very active at school. Education is very important to the family. I've always been so proud of her.
Maya met her future husband, Larry Millete, when they were both working at a fast food restaurant in Honolulu. Larry's family had also immigrated from the Philippines. When Larry turned 18 and joined the Navy, the couple decided to get married.
They were so young.
Yeah.
Teenagers.
Yeah. She's the first one to get married, so it was a shock for everyone, but we respected her decision.
Maya and Larry moved to Southern California and built their careers working for the Navy. Larry was an optician at the Naval Medical Center, and Maya worked as a supervisor contract specialist at this naval station in San Diego.
She was my mentor from day one.
She was like this little tiny person, but she was a big personality.
Claudia Hulao and Allison Alexander worked with Maya at the base and became friends.
We actually negotiate contracts for the U.S. Navy, and she was very good at it. I used to, joke around with her, and, because she had a photographic memory.
I had a lot of respect for her. She was a very strong and confident leader. A lot of the women in the office really looked up to her.
There was no glass ceiling. We could get wherever we wanted. Didn't matter where we came from.
Maya and Larry decided to wait 10 years before starting a family. The couple eventually welcomed 2 daughters and a son.
It's a joy to see them, that they have their own family too. We're always out camping. We're always outdoors.
It's so pretty.
Larry was a good dad. Always attentive to the kids, like great parents.
What kind of mother was she?
Very caring, loving mother. She hands-on. She's always teaching them something, especially, music. She has some videos with her son singing with her.
Word by word.
Yeah.
Word by word. Brings us to tears every time we watch it.
Her kids were everything. She enjoyed her kids.
In early January 2021, Maya was focused on planning a ski trip to Big Bear for her daughter's birthday. But her family grew concerned when she suddenly stopped communicating on January 7th.
For her not to tell us what's going to happen for her daughter's birthday, that was a big deal.
Mary Chris says when their brother JR drove over to check on Maya the next day, her husband Larry told him Maya had been in the bedroom for several hours. JR knocked on the door, but got no response.
He kind of just thinks, okay, maybe she's sleeping. Larry did say that they had an argument. He left it at that.
We believed Larry. They had an argument, and she just want to be left alone.
The following day, when there was still no news from Maya, Mary Chris and Richard drove over to the Millete house.
When we walked in, the house was a mess, which I've never seen their house messy. And it was cold. It was January, and he had the AC running, which was really odd.
This time, Larry told them Maya was out.
So, Larry says Maya's been where?
Hiking. She went hiking.
Suspicious that something wasn't right, Mary Chris reported her sister missing to the Chula Vista Police Department that night.
How did the police react?
They sent 3 officers, went through the house, and they questioned us.
Mary Chris and Richard were upset with what they say was a lack of concern from the police.
It seemed like there was no urgency for the police department to investigate it properly.
By January 10th, Maya had now been missing for 3 days. Her family gathered at her home to celebrate her daughter's birthday, hoping against hope.
We're all like looking at the door, hoping she'll walk in on her daughter's birthday. She never did. I feel so bad. After that, she said, Mommy didn't show up for my birthday. I didn't know how to comfort her.
As Maya's family tried to keep some normalcy for the sake of the children, Richard was watching Larry during the party.
Just laid back, wearing his Navy sweats on a Sunday, no shoes. And Larry had no concern whatsoever on his face for his missing wife. Not even for his daughter's birthday.
That night, Claudia got the distressing news that Maya was missing and drove over to the Millete house. By now, the birthday party had turned into a search party.
So they were outside with babies and blankets, trying to look for their sister, their daughter. Her parents are elderly. The brothers and the brother-in-law were out knocking on doors, giving out flyers. He had no interest in helping.
As word spread that Maya was nowhere to be found, more friends stepped in, trying to help.
My wife, Lou, was working at the 32nd Street Naval Base, said that a friend of hers went missing. The family is concerned. Would you help them? If somebody asks for help, you just do it, right? So if she was still alive, I needed to get to her quickly. That's why I went straight to where the last place she was seen, which was that house. I had no idea that it would turn into what it was.
On January 11th, 2021, 4 days after Maya Millete was last heard from,
I knew what had to be done, and I did it.
Attorney Billy Little, a former criminal defense investigator for the U.S. Navy, decided to step into the missing persons case.
I went straight to where the last place she was seen, which was that house.
Little wanted to talk to Larry Millete. Amongst other things, he had found it odd that Maya's husband wasn't the one who initially called the Chula Vista Police Department.
In fact, when the family wanted to call 911, he discouraged it.
Were there police around also investigating at this point? No.
No. According to the family, the police had come. He had given them, I guess, the same story.
In news reports at the time, a Chula Vista police spokesperson stated that Larry was being cooperative. They were treating it as a missing persons case and had found no indication of foul play. Little says after he showed Larry his naval civilian ID, he let him in.
I started looking for things that I thought might be suspicious in the house.
Just like Mary, Chris, and Richard, he noticed something strange.
Most of the windows in the house were open. It was clear he was trying to air the house out.
Little knew from Maya's family that the couple had had a fight on the day she was last heard from.
I was looking to see if there's any damage in the house that would indicate some domestic violence. I'm also looking for defensive wounds on his hands, which I don't see.
But Little says he did see something outside the Millete bedroom.
We went upstairs where her bedroom was. The first thing I noticed was the hole in the door right next to the handle, because it's right in the area where if you need access to a locked room, you're gonna punch right through there. And I touched the patch and it felt new, it felt wet. I made a comment to Larry about, hey, what's this? And he says, oh yeah, Maya punched a hole in the door there.
Inside the bedroom, Little says he noticed another hole on the wall that also appeared to have been recently repaired.
That would have been too high for Maya to punch because she was small, right? And I said, Larry, what about this hole? And he said, oh yeah, she got mad and punched that too.
Larry's creating a picture here of a woman who is violent. Is this adding up to you?
No. None of his story is adding up.
When you left the house that day after collecting those puzzle pieces, what were you thinking?
I thought Larry killed her, and we need to find out what he did and what he did with the body. But I wasn't ready to tell Mary Chris yet, because I didn't know, right? I could be wrong.
Little began canvassing the neighborhood and knocking on doors to track down home security footage to see if anything suspicious was caught on camera around the Millete house.
So I knew we had to get that quickly and preserve it quickly.
Time was of the essence.
Oh, God, yes.
What Little found was a treasure trove of clues. He says a camera from a neighboring house recorded the voices of the Millete children playing in the yard at 10:30 p.m. on the night their mother was last heard from.
On a school night, and it's cold outside, and the weather, I believe it was in the high 40s that night.
Another camera recorded Larry backing their Lexus into the garage at 5:58 a.m. the next morning.
So you can't see what's going on, but you can see it going in the garage.
Larry then leaves the house at 6:45 a.m. and doesn't return home for almost 11 and a half hours.
You could have moved on. Why did you stay on this case and take matters into your own hands?
In my mind, my job wasn't nearly complete.
It was just beginning.
It was just beginning. When I see Mary Chris and I see her crying, I'm just like, I gotta figure this out. So.
As Billy Little continued investigating,
it's just not in me to quit, so I don't.
Mary, Chris, and Richard turned to local media and organized the first search for Maya on the hiking trails behind her house.
We were desperate for answers. We wanted action, we wanted to do something. Staying at home, sitting down wasn't gonna bring us answers.
Bring her home.
Her sister goes on television and is begging the public for help. Help me find my missing sister. And that really moved people.
Aleda Vaughn, an attorney and true crime author, saw Maya's case on the news and started following it closely.
You realize that this was somebody that was very vibrant, that was really out there living her life. And that is part of why it's also shocking that she's missing. It shocks your conscience.
As the case gathered steam in the media, on January 23, 2021, 2 weeks after Maya's disappearance, the Chula Vista Police Department searched the Millete house.
And what they did find was that Larry had a lot of firearms. They seized 2 Glock handguns, a rifle, and a shotgun. And they found that he was in possession of an illegal assault weapon.
Investigators also downloaded images from Larry's phone. 3 days later, the police were back.
On January 26th, they served another search warrant, and the police take the navigation system, the GPS, from Larry's Lexus.
Meanwhile, Maya's friends had been revealing details about the couple's relationship.
I would say March or so of 2020, the obsession became obvious.
Larry's behavior had grown alarming before his wife went missing.
He would do subliminal messages for her to be that perfect spouse. And it was everywhere she walked, at different times they would turn on. That is insane. It sounds like from a movie. She didn't just walk out. That's something she would never do.
About a month after Maya's disappearance, her husband, Larry Millete, hired a lawyer and stopped cooperating with investigators.
I believe that he did something to her.
Billy Little was told by Maya's friends and family that troubling signs in the marriage began emerging the year before.
And it started back in January of 2020 when they started having marital problems.
Larry would call every single one of us trying to ask for help, to intervene, into the marriage.
Larry was complaining that Maya was having a midlife crisis.
He's like, well, she's been going out with her friends more often, and she has a lot of single friends.
But my sister is saying, it's not me, it's Larry.
Maya's friend Claudia spent time with the couple socially.
His relationship was very kind of to the side and just very watchful. From what my observation of him, he always had to be in control.
Claudia recalls an instance when Larry couldn't get a hold of Maya at work.
You know when somebody might be agitated or you overhear their voice? I did hear, where are you? It takes you this long to get from your car to your office. Who were you talking to?
He wants her to be submissive, for her to comply to him, to be the same person as, she used to.
But Maya's loved ones say that Maya was changing.
She was growing into someone new, a strong woman, for sure.
As the months passed in 2020, Larry's grip on Maya tightened.
He's now tracking her spending habits. He's gotten into all of her social media accounts. She doesn't have any privacy.
And he suspected that she was straying.
Larry accused her of having affairs with several men at work, wrote emails to her boss at work. He knows that if he tells the boss that she's having an affair with somebody at work, that she will get fired. He tells all of Maya's family, she's cheating, she's sinful, help me get her back on the Christian religious way, and starts forcing her to go to church.
These are texts that Larry sent to Maya's family.
And he's quoting the Bible, and it says, "For the lips of the adulterous woman drip honey, her feet go down to death, her steps lead straight to the grave." He's talking about Maya. In his own words, he said that he was getting desperate, and he felt that the devil was tempting him.
At some point, Maya's family says they told her they were concerned about what was unfolding.
At that time, we knew that my sister is ready to move on. We told her, whatever your decision is, we're here to support you.
By the fall of 2020, Billy Little says Larry was growing increasingly desperate to hold on to Maya.
And so what does he do? He goes to witchcraft. There are people on the internet that will sell you for $5, how to make a spell that will get her to be attracted to you, to bind your marriage in blood. And that's what he tried to do. Does a little witchcraft blood altar. That is the picture that he took of the altar, an old photo of them with blood thrown on it.
Little says Larry contacted numerous spellcasters and even wrote a review for one.
And he writes of this spellcaster, "She is kind, professional, and courteous. My casting has not yet manifested, but I'm really hoping and counting on it." Leaving a review like one would leave on Yelp for a food order.
Like it's an Uber ride. They're like, 5 stars. Good job, spellcaster. So he's not quite as smart as he thinks he is. He doesn't realize that all of that stuff is pointing the finger at him.
By December of 2020, Maya and Larry were sleeping in separate rooms. Little says Maya found speakers in her room and confronted Larry. He admitted he had been playing subliminal messages while she slept. Maya messaged a friend and said her marriage was definitely over.
What was that message that was coming out of those speakers under the bed?
It's right there.
No more men.
No more men.
On New Year's weekend, Maya told her family her decision.
She's ready for divorce. She's finally made up her mind. I just told her, just be careful. Just be careful.
On January 7th, the last day she was heard from, Maya filled out this form and made an appointment with a divorce attorney.
I think she told him that she was going to file for divorce.
He snapped when he found out that he was finally losing her.
What had happened in the house that night? Little thinks he knows after a neighbor reached out with some information.
The neighbors, do they say, oh yeah, we heard gunshots?
Yeah, not only did they tell me that they've got gunshots, but they've got the audio.
A home surveillance system from the neighbor captured these loud bangs around 10 p.m. that night. Little also believes they are gunshots.
It's coming from Larry and Maya's house.
Remember, Billy Little had tracked down that other home security footage that police agreed captured audio of the Millete kids playing in the backyard at 10:30 p.m.
The picture is becoming more and more clear. He's got to clean up and he's got to move the body, so he needs to send those kids outside on a school night at 10:30.
Do you try to speak to law enforcement?
I did, and I told them what I found, and time and time again, there was just no follow-up by the police.
The Chula Vista Police Department declined our request for an interview, but in April 2021, they told local media that it had been an active investigation since mid-January, and they were keeping their cards close to the vest.
It's tough. There was very minimal details, and that was part of our frustration working with the police department.
The family now is having various rallies in front of the Chula Vista Police Department, basically demanding answers. But the police are not going to release a lot of information to the family. This is potentially a murder investigation.
In May of 2021, the police served Larry Millete with a gun violence restraining order. Among the reasons, investigators had found this image on Larry's phone. Another photo, which had been redacted, featured the couple's 4-year-old son surrounded by weapons. Authorities retrieved more firearms from the Millete house.
I think that was a smart move by the police. It protects the children while they try to buy a little bit of time, but it also protects them if they have to go in and arrest him.
In the summer of 2021, investigators named Larry Millete a person of interest in his wife's case.
You keep wondering, is this going to be the time that they're going to arrest Larry?
On October 19th, 9 months after the disappearance of Maya, investigators did just that.
Today at 11:42 a.m., the Chula Vista Police Department SWAT team arrested Larry Millete for the murder of his wife.
And with that, even more evidence came to light. Maya's family and friends anticipated the news of an arrest for months.
I understand that there is a case that needs to be built. There's only one shot, but it just seemed like it was too long.
Yet when Maya's husband, Larry Millete, was arrested for her murder in October 2021, it was still a mixed range of emotions.
Claudia, what was your reaction?
Relieved, yet at the same time sad. And so, although you keep that hope up, now it became real.
I think we had different reactions. And I said, finally. She started crying.
He's been with us for 20 years. My sister did love him. She gave him 3 kids. She just can't let it go.
In a press conference, San Diego County District Attorney Summer Stephan laid out some of the details of the months-long law enforcement investigation.
In homicide cases, there is often a triggering event. In this case, the last call recorded that May made was to a divorce attorney.
That call was at 3:48 p.m. Home security cameras captured her arriving at her house at 4:42 p.m. There were no images of her leaving. Investigators had also turned up more evidence of Larry trying to keep Maya in the marriage through the supernatural before she went missing.
I've never had a case where that was involved.
But the spells they discovered went beyond more than asking Maya to be attracted to him. According to the arrest warrant, Larry now wanted Maya to be harmed.
Before Maya went missing, Larry sent this message to a website that claims to cast spells. Please punish May and incapacitate her enough so she can't leave the house. It's time to take the gloves off.
It was evidence, they say, of his unbalanced mindset and homicidal ideation.
The day Maya went missing, Larry sent countless emails to spellcasters. I think she wants me to snap. I'm shaking inside, ready to snap.
What's more, according to the arrest warrant, Larry had allegedly snapped before.
One of Maya's friends said that Maya told her Larry choked her to the point where she was unconscious.
I just heard that. Oh, I was mad. How could he do that?
Maya had never shared that with Mary Chris.
She didn't share what she's going through because she didn't want the family to worry about her. She was also protecting Larry, and she was protecting the children.
Were you aware of any physical abuse?
No. She would say little things here and there, but not always to the same person.
There were already incidents that were huge red flags, that if we all knew it at the same time, it would have been a bigger picture. I feel guilty at after the fact, once she went missing. It was a very harsh reality for me. I wasn't able to help her, and I will forever live with that.
Nobody had the full picture, right, besides the two of them.
Evelyn Rodriguez is an associate professor of sociology who teaches on topics of race and identity at the University of San Francisco. She reviewed the case for 48 hours.
The signs of domestic abuse can be so hard to identify because we as a society are unable to distinguish the line that divides that kind of like zealous, passionate love from controlling behavior. Larry Millete checks all the boxes for domestic partner abuse. He knew what Maya's pressure points were, and so he weaponized her work, he weaponized her children, her family, her religion, before he got desperate enough to try these other means of controlling her and keeping her in that marriage.
Rodriguez suggests when Larry turned to spellcasting as another method to control Maya, he may have been inspired by an old world form of folk magic in the Philippines.
And this is stuff of like the old world to our parents, even. Somehow that has evolved into what I think Larry was able to find.
But Rodriguez points out that it is important not to lose sight of what the issue is here.
Really, the story here is that this was an abusive partner, regardless of his culture, who was exhibiting every single sign of domestic abuse.
This one and this one, right?
This one, yeah.
Okay, this is where we're going to be staying.
With Maya's alleged killer behind bars, her family knew their work was not done.
Don't go too far.
They were more determined than ever to find her, energized with new information that had come out after Larry's arrest. Aleda Vaughn was part of that search.
The thing that this case really needed was to be able to know where to search. That was the problem here. You can't just search the entire world.
Where are we right now?
It's a hot spot that Larry could have brought Maya's body out here.
Like Billy Little, investigators obtained footage that showed Larry leaving the house in the couple's Lexus for almost 11 and a half hours the day after his wife was last heard from. They analyzed the car's navigation system.
According to the information that we have now, he was about 2.5 hours out from his house when he put his address in.
Somewhere 2.5 hours away from his house, Larry had entered his address to find his way back home. That information was enough to center the searches on places Larry was familiar with, like this desert area where he and Maya had gone hiking.
What are you specifically looking for as you comb this area?
At this point, fortunately, I hate to say, but we're probably just looking for clothing or bones.
Over the months, droves of volunteers have responded to her family's calls to the community and have joined Team Maya.
We're just so thankful and blessed to have everybody here.
We're three together. I'm San Diego City retired firefighter. I got a team and we go out and we systematically cover areas where someone could possibly hide a body. And it's very sad to even talk about, but you have to do it. And it's the proverbial needle in a haystack.
Why are you here today?
Really just to support the family. Hopefully we can bring peace to the family.
Always make sure you've got eyes on somebody.
What drives you to do this for a total stranger, somebody you didn't even know?
I felt that it should be a community effort. You just want closure for this family so much. And that's why we're out here. That's why we keep coming. They deserve it. Maya deserves it.
As the search for Maya continues in the vast lands of eastern San Diego, the quest for justice is just beginning in the halls of the San Diego court system.
The problem with this case is you don't have a body.
Mr. Millete, you have the right to have a preliminary examination hearing within 10 court days and no later than 60 calendar days.
His ego was so damaged by the fact his wife didn't want to be with him anymore. And he couldn't handle it, so he killed her.
Larry Millete has been behind bars since his arrest in October 2021, awaiting trial.
And at this time would like to enter a plea of not guilty.
He pled not guilty to charges of murder and illegal possession of an assault weapon. If convicted, Larry could face up to 25 years to life in prison.
So we're just going to do 14 then.
Although there is still hope Maya could be found any day, a victim's body is not required to convict someone of murder.
And this is one of the strongest circumstantial cases I've ever seen. You don't have a body, so what? You don't get away with murder because you're good at disposing of bodies.
But Larry maintains Maya left on her own. His defense attorney, Bonita Martinez, turned down our request for an interview, but spoke with reporters after a hearing where Larry was denied bail.
His wife was used to leaving the house in the past, and you cannot rule out that she's alive.
Larry maintains that Maya voluntarily left him, left the children to start her own new life. Do you believe that?
No. Nope. Not at all.
I would never believe that. Never.
Maya loved her kids. There's no way she would have up and left.
The best argument for the defense here is Maya is not dead. They don't have a body. She's alive and well.
Attorney Aleda Vaughn says a no-body defense has worked before in other cases. She says without a body, the prosecution may be at a disadvantage.
They need strong evidence, and the question is, what do they have? Do they have something that they're going to bring out in a courtroom that definitely ties Larry to murder?
Those loud bangs recorded on the neighboring security camera may not be proof of anything. An FBI analysis was inconclusive.
They couldn't definitively say those were gunshots because the sound quality was not good enough.
In November 2021, Larry's attorney filed documents with the San Diego Superior Court with more allegations about Maya.
They believed that she had this wild lifestyle, that she was out there having affairs, she's dating different men off the internet, that she's drinking excessively, that she's become this completely different person. And so they're pointing to third-party culpability. If she's harmed, it was somebody else.
Larry and his parents claim in court documents that Maya was essentially a party girl.
Definitely not. The Maya that I know, she was a devoted mother.
Not long after Maya's disappearance, Mary, Chris, and Richard say Larry cut off contact between the children and Maya's side of the family.
We're just trying to see them. Going from hanging out, hugging them, jumping on my back, seeing them at least once or twice a month, at least, to not seeing them at all for 9 months.
The Millete children are still living at home in the care of Larry's parents. But after months of not seeing them, Maya's family was granted visitation rights in November 2021. But the fight is not over. Mary Chris has filed a petition for guardianship of her sister's children.
Just show them that the whole entire family are waiting for them and, are eager to be with them again.
Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and
What those children will go through, all those moments in life when they need their mom and she's not going to be there, it breaks my heart.
In January 2022, Maya's family and friends held a vigil to mark the 1-year anniversary of her disappearance.
There's somebody out there that knows something, that's seen something. They should come forward. Have it in your heart to help us bring her home. She will forever be my hero. That's what I'm gonna take with me. It's the bright, shining star of a woman that gave every other woman, regardless of what she was going through, an inspiration to be whoever they wanted. That's who Maya is.
You'll get over me.
"48 Hours. Don't miss an episode."
I have lived 44 years with his face etched in my brain. It was everything that you pray to God never happens to anyone. For me, it's really tough. I'm struggling. I'm struggling to do the interview at all. We were at our grandparents' house, and Keith, our first cousin, came over, asked us if we would come to his house to help him clean. So we went to his house, and when we were done, he needed gas. So we stopped at the 7-Eleven, and as we pulled up, there was a man standing there. He said, "Well, can you give me a ride?" Instantly, We knew something wasn't right, but Keith told him he would give him a ride.
I think we just cut off circulation in each other's hands. We were squeezing our hands so tight because you just have a gut feeling that this is not good.
He was telling us the directions on where to go,
which took us to Little California Road.
He told us to get out of the car. He opens the trunk and he puts Keith in the trunk. At that point, he told us to take off our clothes.
Did you plan to tell anybody what happened?
No.
Why?
Because we were afraid he would come back and kill us.
When did the twins actually go to the police?
I think it was about 2 weeks later, a little bit more than 2 weeks.
You said the man was black.
Yes.
Did they ever give you a ride?
No.
Did you ever meet them at a gas station?
No, never. I didn't rape Karen and Sharon Sanders. I don't know these people.
When I saw him in that lineup, I didn't have to think twice. When I looked at him, I knew him.
He got convicted and received 2 50-year consecutive sentences.
That's insane. It's horrible. It disgusted me.
There's no hairs, no fibers, no blood, no sweat, no semen. There's nothing. Vincent Simmons is an innocent man who was railroaded by a racist system. Is it possible that you picked the wrong man?
No, no.
When I close my eyes, there's no other face that I see.
Stop it. Stop it. When are we gonna talk about the facts?
Why did we pick him? Why? It was Mr. Simmons because it was Mr. Simmons.
Every time I talk about it, it makes me feel like I'm 14 again.
For identical twins Karen and Sharon Sanders, life is broken into 2 parts: before May 1977 and after. They say what happened one night that May changed everything.
The limitations it put on our life, like with the anxiety, depression, panic attacks, it's crippling, really. It's taken a lot from us.
Back in 1977, the 14-year-old twins were living with their grandparents in the quiet small town of Marksville, Louisiana. And for the most part, they say they were happy there, staying busy and enjoying the little things in life.
I was all about makeup and perfume and being prissy, and Karen was more outside playing in the dirt.
This is true.
Life was simple. Until it wasn't.
What makes it so difficult for you, Karen, 44 years later, to even talk about?
Well, a lot happened that night.
The twins say it all began May 9th, 1977, when their cousin, Keith Laborde, picked them up so that they could help him clean his house. By the time they finished cleaning, it was just beginning to get dark. Keith was driving them home, and that's when they say he stopped at that gas station and encountered a black man.
He walked up to the car and told Keith that he almost hit him. And Keith, did not. And Keith was telling him he didn't want to fight, and he said, "I don't fight, I shoot."
The man said this?
Yes. The man said it instantly. Karen went inside to pay for the gas, and me and Keith were talking to this man, and we exchanged names, and he said his name was Simmons.
The twins say any tension between Keith and the man soon lifted, and that's why they say Keith agreed to give the man a ride.
We were like, Keith, don't. And he's like, it'll be okay, it'll be okay.
But they say they knew it wasn't okay when the man directed them to that desolate area of Little California Road and threatened them.
He told us that before we could get a gun, he would shoot us, which we did not have a gun. So we knew he had a gun.
They say the man ordered them out of the vehicle and forced Keith into the trunk.
Keith's how old?
18.
So he got in the trunk.
Yes.
He did.
He told us to take off our clothes. Karen started to run at that point, and I yelled, and she stopped.
He said, this one's going to give me trouble. And so he opened the trunk, and he put me in the trunk with Keith. And he had Sharon.
I took off my clothes. He told me to get in the back seat, and I did. And he told me how to lay, and I did.
I can hear Sharon crying. And, of course, I can't take it. So I'm banging on the trunk, and I'm banging and I'm screaming, take me, leave her alone, take me, take me.
Karen was back there making all kinds of commotion, and things didn't work out for him with me. And he was very frustrated. You could see it and feel it, and he got very aggravated and told me to put my clothes back on.
And when you say things didn't work out for him, what do you mean?
He tried to penetrate and was unsuccessful. But at the time, I was 14. I did not know he was unsuccessful. I really thought
you had lost your virginity.
I had lost my virginity. I had no clue.
Afterwards, Sharon says she was put in the trunk with Karen and Keith. And then the man started driving.
We just found each other's hands and began to pray. And then the car stopped. And he said, you, out.
And pointed at you, Karen?
Yes. He told me to lay in the back seat. He raped me.
Then, with Sharon and Keith still in the trunk, Karen says the man just wanted to talk.
It was like nothing had happened, that we were like best friends, that we were just hanging out.
And you went along with it, just talking?
Absolutely, to keep him calm.
And how long did this go on for?
To me, a lifetime. He told me he came from a large family, about where he had lived and all this, and he had just gotten back from Texas.
She says when they stopped talking, the man raped her again, multiple times.
I remember like laying in that back seat and his chest, his heaviness on my chest and the sweat. And it was just disgusting.
She says he then drove them to a local cemetery where he got out of the car.
He opens the trunk and he lets them out. He's gonna let us go.
And he told us, if you tell anyone, I know where y'all live, I've got friends, he said, and I will come back. And we all swore to each other that we would not tell a soul.
They say just the fear of what might happen if they told kept them silent for 2 weeks, until Karen says she couldn't keep it in anymore. She says she confided in Keith's sister.
And I said, but please, please don't tell anyone. Please don't tell anyone. She said, I'm not gonna tell anyone.
And it just unraveled from there.
The next day, Keith's parents found out, And soon, Karen, Sharon, and Keith all ended up at the sheriff's office. Karen and Sharon each gave statements reporting that they had been raped. And less than 24 hours later, on the morning of May 23, 1977, 25-year-old Vincent Simmons was taken into custody as he was walking down the street.
Did you know Karen and Sharon Sanders?
Never seen them before in my life.
It was May 23, 1977, when Vincent Simmons was brought to the sheriff's office, which used to be here on the second floor of the Avoyelles Parish Courthouse in Marksville.
And they took me and put me in a lineup.
Karen, Sharon, and Keith were all there to see if they could identify a suspect.
We're all three in the room.
But we're not all walking up to the window at the same time. Keith goes first. Keith writes the number down on a pad. I walk up, I look at him, and I go to the pad, I write his number down, and then Sharon goes up to the window, looks out,
and writes
her
the
number
down.
down.
What number did you all write?
4. And then they
Do you
said,
remember that? Oh my gosh, yeah.
then they said to us, y'all have all picked the same man.
That man they identified was 25-year-old Vincent Simmons. He was from a big family in the next town over from Marksville. And this wasn't the first time he found himself in the sheriff's office.
I didn't have a daddy, so basically I grew up on my own, looking out for my little sisters. I was doing wrong. I was going in the stores just to get food to feed them.
Vincent was convicted of a home burglary at the age of 18. While incarcerated, he escaped from the jail in Marksville. He lived on the run in Texas for nearly 6 years until he came back to town, shortly before that lineup.
And when I walked up to the window and I looked, I had no second doubt. I know exactly who raped me that night.
After Sharon, Karen, and Keith ID'd Vincent, he says he was brought upstairs to the jail where he waited while an officer was writing something down.
I'm sitting on the chair and handcuffed. When he gets through, he said, I want you to sign there. I said, what is that? He said, this is a confession saying that you committed this crime. I said, what crime? He said, rape of those 2 white girls. I said, I don't even know these white girls.
Vincent says when he refused to sign the confession, the officer knocked him down. And as they struggled, another officer shot him.
Boom! I was burning through my chest, and I fell on the floor. When I woke up, I'm in the hospital.
Now, the 2 officers involved tell a very different story. They say Vincent grabbed one officer's gun and was pointing it at both of them when the second officer shot Vincent in the shoulder in self-defense. Whatever the truth, Vincent was never prosecuted for that incident. Instead, less than 2 months after he was shot, he was brought to court to face Karen and Sharon.
Less than 60 days after he was arrested, Vincent went on trial. Is that a pretty rapid time?
In 1977, I would say for major cases, they went to court quickly.
Charles Riddle was not the district attorney back then, but he is now, and he's very familiar with the details of the case.
What was the evidence against him?
The testimony of the witnesses, the victims.
Karen, Sharon, and Keith all took the stand.
Walk into a courtroom, your parents, everybody that loves you is sitting there.
And seeing him for the very first time. We have not seen him since the lineup. And then seeing him face to face was really hard.
Of course, I had to put my hand on the Bible and swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, which is all I had anyway.
They all testified that on the night of the rape, Vincent had told them his last name.
Believe it or not, all night long, we called him Simmons. He told us to call him Simmons.
At trial, they all say Simmons. Simmons. The man told us his name was Simmons. What'd you think then?
I thought they were crazy. I actually thought they were crazy. You mean to tell me I'm gonna do something to y'all and let y'all know my name? I'm gonna tell you who I am? No, that don't make sense, man.
The jury got to see Keith's car and a photo that police had taken of Karen, Sharon, and Keith reenacting how they fit in the trunk. When it was the defense's turn, Vincent took the stand.
I told the jury that I was innocent. I didn't rape nobody.
Vincent's lawyers also called 3 alibi witnesses who claimed that Vincent was at a bar on the night of the alleged crime. The bar owner said Vincent was there all night. He got into a fight and police were called. But the prosecution called a police officer who said the bar fight was on another night. After a 2-day trial,
I don't think they had much of a defense.
the jury sided with Karen, Sharon, and Keith. Vincent Simmons was found guilty of 2 counts of attempted aggravated rape.
I was shocked. Guilty. I ain't did nothing.
When the verdict came back, guilty, unanimously, how did that feel?
Sigh of relief. We knew we were free.
Vincent was sentenced to 2 consecutive 50-year terms, 100 years behind bars.
We thought we'd never have to face him again.
But Vincent refused to give up hope.
I wanted to prove that I'm innocent, man. I never know these people.
More than 4 decades later, Justin Bonus, a newly minted lawyer from Brooklyn, New York, would become involved in Vincent's defense and was immediately skeptical of the prosecution's case.
I looked at the discovery, I was like, well, everything they said at trial's a lie. It's all a lie. There's nothing that supports what they say.
Generations of men have labored in the fields at Louisiana State Penitentiary. It is the country's largest maximum security prison, built on the site of a former slave plantation called Angola.
You know, we had to work 7 days a week till it get dark. That's how Angola was.
Since the day that cell door closed behind him, Vincent Simmons has been working to overturn his conviction. In 1993, 16 years after that guilty verdict, he finally succeeded in getting a copy of the prosecution's case file.
Mailman came, and he gave me this big old envelope. When I opened it up, I was in shock.
Inside that envelope were items that Vincent had never seen before, including copies of the initial statements that Karen, Keith, and Sharon gave to police. Remember how all 3 testified at trial that they knew their attacker's name?
He told us to call him Simmons.
But as it turns out, when they first spoke to the investigators, they didn't say that. Defense attorney Justin Bonus has since reviewed those statements.
When the girls initially went to police, they didn't say the name Simmons?
No.
What name did they say?
They didn't give a name.
And Bonus noticed something else in those statements. Sharon used the N-word to refer to her attacker and said, quote, "All blacks look alike to me," which she does not deny saying.
So what did you say when they asked you to identify the man?
I said all blacks look alike.
But still, Karen, Keith, and Sharon all picked Vincent out of that lineup. And Bonus says he may know why. This photo that was in the file appears to show the lineup. Look at Vincent. He's the only one in handcuffs.
When you saw that lineup photo, what'd you think?
What? I said, this is crazy. Nuts. Highly suggestive. When you put the cuffs on him, you're telling him that's who we want you to pick.
But Charles Riddle, the current district attorney, says that photo was taken after the twins ID'd Vincent.
They call it the lineup. It was a photo of the lineup after he was identified and placed in cuffs.
But how do you know it was after?
Because the girls told me that.
So when you picked him out of the lineup, was he wearing handcuffs?
No, he was not.
Not at all.
And Karen says they initially didn't tell police the name Simmons out of fear.
I mean, we were scared of him.
And see, I don't know why I didn't.
I mean, I
Other
think
than
it's
I was
fear.
bucking.
We're afraid of him.
And there's another item in that file that Bonus says is critical and was never seen at the trial. It's this report from a doctor who also happened to be the local coroner. He examined the girls 2 weeks after the reported rape, and he did not document any signs of sexual assault.
How big a deal do you think the coroner's report plays in this story?
Massive.
And Bonus says that report suggests Sharon was still a virgin. The doctor wrote that her hymen was intact. But Charles Riddle says the report does not prove that the twins were not raped.
Because the definition of rape is slightest penetration. And the part about no sign of sexual assault, after 2 weeks, it's very probable that there would be no sign of sexual assault.
Bonus thinks the jury should have had the chance to consider all of that at trial.
His attorneys, they had nothing. They went in there flying blind with their arms tied behind their back in a boxing match. That's literally what it was.
So you're telling me the original statements that the girls and Keith gave to police where they could not identify this individual.
Right.
That was never heard by the jury?
Absolutely not.
And the medical report from the coroner was never heard by the jury?
Right.
And the lineup photo, not seen by the jury?
No.
If the statements from the girls had been presented at trial,
right.
If the coroner's report had been known and presented at trial,
right.
Do you think Vincent still would have been found guilty?
No, absolutely not.
Back in 1993, when Vincent first got his hands on that evidence, he made it his mission to get his case in front of a judge. He filed numerous pleadings over multiple years, but no court ever ruled in his favor.
And not a single judge felt like there was enough evidence, not the appellate courts, federal courts, state courts, Supreme Court.
Vincent was hoping that the parole board at the prison might have more sympathy. So in 1997, 20 years into his 100-year sentence, he had his first hearing with them. And it was all filmed as part of a documentary called The Farm, which profiled inmates at Angola. Vincent showed them the evidence that his defense did not have at trial.
We didn't have none of this evidence. None of this evidence was presented before the jury. You were the only one handcuffed in the lineup? I'm the only one. Okay, if y'all step out, we'll discuss the case.
Vincent hoped the board would rule in his favor.
Yeah, please, yeah, I come up with something. Oh, yeah. He did. You know, Doc, my mother.
But they would not.
Mr. Simmons, after listening to testimony and going over the reports, the board has voted this time to deny your request for parole.
I was hopeless, but I know the truth. And no matter how many times they knock you down, keep getting up.
Almost 20 years later, Justin Bonus watched the Farm documentary with his wife.
And we were shocked. And she told me, you know, you should take this case. She basically said, you need to write him. And it wasn't really a suggestion. It was write him. And that's what I did.
You're a Brooklyn guy. You go down to Marksville.
I felt like my cousin Vinny. I mean, it was like country, okay?
By early 2020, Justin Bonus had become Vincent Simmons' lawyer. He had just a year of experience under his belt and was warned that the odds were against him.
It's over, like he doesn't have any more appeals. I was like, nah, that's not true. It's never true, absolutely not.
Vincent had been fighting unsuccessfully for decades to overturn his conviction. All the while, Karen and Sharon remained firm about his guilt.
We have no reason to lie. Why would we lie? Why would we let someone spend their life in prison if we even had the slightest doubt that it wasn't him?
Not long after Vincent's ill-fated parole hearing, documentary cameras were rolling again in the late 90s when he and the twins agreed to a reconciliation meeting. It's where victims and offenders come together to try and heal.
We came today not to free you from your prison, but to free us from our prison. Today I am closing the door to my pain. I'm letting go.
When the time came for Vincent to speak, he had questions.
My question's going to be directly based on your statement that you...
No, we're not going there.
And that's when the meeting unraveled.
What are you doing here then? Since you're innocent, what are you doing here?
Y'all put me here.
We did? No, a choice that you chose to make put you here. Okay, I think we've had enough. I think it's kind of going sour. Vincent, maybe one day you can get out of your pain, of your misery.
They didn't let him speak because they don't view him as a human being.
Bonus wanted to put a spotlight on the case and really dig deeper, but he needed some help. So he turned to Jason Flom, a recording industry executive known for launching the careers of Katy Perry, Matchbox 20, and Lorde, among others. Flom is also a criminal justice advocate, and he hosts a podcast called Wrongful Conviction, which has featured big-name guests like Kim Kardashian.
When I heard about Vincent's case, I was just like, this is another level. I had to do something about it.
Flom featured Vincent's case on his podcast.
How could anyone get convicted on the basis of this? This is a man whose life was stolen away from him.
And he gave Justin Bonus money to go out and hire a private investigator in Louisiana named Brian Andrews.
Justin actually asked me to be the boots on the ground, take statements, gather information.
Andrews tracked down Diane Prater, the lone surviving juror from Vincent's trial, and the only African American on the jury. Turns out she says she never wanted to convict Vincent. Prater was in her 20s at the time of trial and says she still remembers her reaction to the twins' testimony.
When they told a story, I'm like, ain't no way in the world that happened like that. Put a black man in your car at that time.
You didn't believe it because at that period in history, you just couldn't see white people giving a ride to black people?
Correct.
Was there a lot of racism in Marksville?
Yes, it was. It was in Marksville. It was everywhere.
And she says the jury foreman told her her vote wouldn't matter. In 1977, Louisiana juries could convict a defendant with only 10 out of 12 voting guilty.
So I say to myself, well, it ain't gonna do me no good to say nothing, but I never believed Vincent was guilty.
The private investigator also tried to talk to relatives of Karen, Sharon, and Keith.
With me right now that I'm speaking with.
He ended up conducting a videotaped interview with Keith's cousin, Dana Brouillette, and she told him a shocking story. Dana said that Keith told her in a bar, long after the trial, that Vincent Simmons was never with them on Little California Road that night.
He came out and told me there was never a black man.
Instead, in a sworn affidavit, Dana says that Keith told her he had consensual sex with one of the girls and locked the other in the trunk.
He had gone down Little California Road and he locked Sharon in the trunk, and he said the sex between him and Karen was consensual. He said, but the other one was a little Hellcat. That's the one that put the scratches on his neck.
In the affidavit, Dana said that Keith had scratches on his neck. She told the private investigator that she believes Keith and the twins made up the story about a black man. To explain away those scratches,
Blew my mind, the things that she said.
Had Dana ever told anyone that?
To my knowledge, I don't think she had.
Maybe she should have come forward a long time ago. I really did think the man got released.
And Dana's allegations didn't stop there. She also gave the private investigator a copy of a Facebook message exchange that she says she had with Karen in October 2020. Karen and Dana were talking about how Keith had allegedly made sexual advances toward female relatives. We asked Karen about that.
You said, I didn't realize how sick he was. I thought it was only me.
I don't remember saying that.
Yeah, because that's the message from you. So what did you mean by that?
Okay, we need to cut right now. Cut this. Can we cut for a second?
Yeah.
Right then, Karen said she was not ready to talk about that exchange with Dana. But 2 weeks later, in a follow-up interview with both her and Sharon, she admitted that years before she says they were attacked, when she was a child and Keith was a teenager, something happened.
Did you have consensual sex with Keith Laborde?
Okay, let's put it like this. We were kids.
Yes, ma'am.
We experimented. So yes.
How old were you when it happened?
I could not, honestly, I don't know, 9, 10, maybe.
And is this the first time you're saying this publicly?
Yes, it is. But that has nothing to do with what Vincent did. That's 2 separate incidents. David, think about it. If me and Keith had consensual sex way, way before, now why is he locking us in the trunk of a car? Why is he taking us down a dirt road?
But Bonus believes they wanted to cover up what happened that night.
It gives motive for why they would lie. It shows that Karen always was hiding something from day one. Keith was 18, Karen was 14. So what do? They blame a black man.
To be clear, was Keith the perpetrator that night?
No, he was a victim also. Keith
That
was a
night-
victim. He was not.
He was a victim. He stayed in that trunk the whole time.
I went to Keith Laborde's house to speak with him about all of this. No one answered the door, so later I called him.
Hello, Keith. Hello, Keith. This is David Begnaud with CBS News.
When reached by phone, Keith, now 63 years old, denied ever having sex with his cousin Karen. He said they had just, quote, played around like children, end quote. And he also insisted that whatever had happened between him and Karen had nothing to do with what Vincent Simmons did that night.
That goddamn is guilty. I don't give a and yeah, he's a goddamn and you can put that on TV. I ain't scared of him.
Despite the allegations concerning Karen and Keith, District Attorney Charles Riddle says he believes the right man was convicted.
I'm firmly convinced that he's guilty. I don't believe that the cousin was the one.
But Bonus was more determined than ever to see Vincent walk free. And in April 2021, the district attorney made an offer that would allow for just that. Riddle said he felt like Vincent had done enough time.
Vincent could have walked right out the door.
But there was a catch.
Vincent would have had to have been a sex offender, though. Vincent turned that down and said, I'm not a sex offender. I didn't do this. I am innocent. I'm not a sex offender.
What'd you think when you hung up the phone?
I mean, that's it. We're going to war.
Bonus kept fighting. And in February 2022, he finally got a hearing where a judge would decide Vincent's fate once and for all. The day of the hearing, as Karen and Sharon made their way into the courthouse, they paused to pray.
Vincent Simmons! Vincent Simmons!
When Vincent Simmons arrived in a prison van, he was carrying a Bible. A group of supporters greeted him. They were cheering.
Vincent, how are you feeling today?
Feeling positive. Something good gonna happen.
Cameras were not allowed in the courtroom as Judge William Bennett delivered his decision.
What did the judge decide?
He decided to give Vincent a new trial because of the constitutional violation that he didn't receive a fair trial.
Vincent's conviction was thrown out due to the evidence that he himself had obtained almost 30 years earlier, and the fact that his defense team didn't even have it back in 1977. Judge Bennett made it clear, though, that he did not place fault on anyone for that. Instead, he found that the speediness with which the case went to trial made it likely that the original district attorney on the case, Eddie Knoll, didn't even have all the evidence himself at the time.
So just to be clear, you believe that in 1977, the police didn't turn over key evidence to the district attorney?
That's the only explanation feasible and logical after studying everything that I did. That's it.
Are you blaming the police?
No, I don't believe anybody intentionally hid anything. It's just the way it happened because it was fast.
In a court affidavit, the original DA, Eddie Knoll, said he did not hide or deny Simmons any evidence, nor did he prosecute him because of bias. And he continues to believe that Vincent is guilty. And he's not the only one that feels that way. Current District Attorney Charles Riddle.
Do you believe a man who was convicted at a trial that was not fair should have ever served a day in prison?
Legally?
Legally.
Okay, legally, no.
But he did.
Yes,
44
and when the judge decided
years.
that. Okay, let me tell you, he deserved to serve the 44 years.
Why?
Because he's guilty.
Judge Bennett was careful to say he has no opinion on the guilt or innocence of Vincent Simmons. With his decision, it was now up to District Attorney Riddle to decide whether he wanted to retry the case.
You stood up and said what?
I said that he served enough time and that we're not going to prosecute him again.
In the eyes of the people and the Constitution, he is presumed innocent. And when Charles Riddle dismissed that case, that presumption of innocence carries.
Free, man. You free, brother. You free. You done.
So happy to see you. I am so happy to see you. God is good to you. Let me get a picture. All right.
Vincent is a free man. But for Karen and Sharon, nothing has changed.
He went in guilty. He's guilty now. And guess what? He will die guilty.
You ready?
So I'm happy. Yeah. I got 44 years.
All right.
Let's go.
The twins say they accept the judge's decision, but they are still hurt by it.
The legal system didn't just fail him, it failed us in many ways also.
While Vincent has his freedom, they say they still don't have theirs.
It's frustrating because no one sees our bars. They don't see our prison. We still have our anxiety. We still have our depressions. We still have our fears. Our bars are real. And if you look deep enough, you can see them.
Judge Bennett is sympathetic toward the women, but he is confident in his decision. The case holds extra meaning for him because his father, now deceased, was one of the many judges who denied motions filed by Vincent over the past years. But that was before Vincent had gained access to the prosecution's file.
He and I had talked about the Vincent Simmons case years ago. And I know if he would be here, he today would have done what I did.
What's on your heart? Because I can see the emotion.
I did the right thing.
Just hours after the judge delivered his decision, and right before the sun set, Vincent Simmons walked out of Angola. He went in when he was just 25 years old and was released 3 days before his 70th birthday.
Love you, man. Man.
Later that night, he shared a celebratory meal with his family and friends.
Let's go to freedom.
What's it like being out of prison?
Oh, man, it's a joy that is unexplainable, really.
But with that joy comes challenge.
It's going to take me a while. Got a phone.
Adjusting to life outside prison walls has proven to be difficult. So much has changed since 1977.
Whew, man. New technology. I'm just like a little baby, got to learn.
What are the simple things that you enjoy now?
Breathing the free air, walking outside. Basically, it's freedom to just enjoy the moment.
48 hours. To miss it would be a crime.
Were you at all prepared for what happened in this case?
I don't think the grieving ever ends. It evolves. We've been wanting to tell Amie's story and just felt like we weren't ready before. But now we feel like we can do it.
I was so proud of her and what she's accomplished.
Oh my goodness. Fire eater, dancer, photographer, model, therapist. She wanted to fix people.
You might want to speak to this woman, Dr. Amie Harwick.
As a licensed marriage and family therapist, I see all kinds of different things, anxiety, depression, change of life stuff, breakups, moves, things like that.
Amie helped me so much. I had gone to see Amie because I had dealt with a relationship that got very out of control and turned into a very serious stalking case.
Jealousy can become dangerous and even lead to violence. It can lead to death.
I want emergency, Alberta 434.
Yeah, somebody just attacked my roommate. Please get a cop here.
I just was woken up by screaming, like blood-curdling scream. And then I realized that the screaming wasn't stopping or slowing down. And I yelled up, Amie. And I heard choking right after that. I knew we were in trouble. This is for real. This is really happening. I knew we needed help. Like, I'm gonna have to make a break for it.
When the first responders first got that call, where did they go?
They came right here to this house.
Hey, sir. Hi. How can I help you?
My roommate was attacked. I know it. I heard it. She's screaming. She was thrown to the ground.
Okay, hold on. Okay.
Michael Herman was out here. He's frantic. He's nervous.
They didn't know what to think of this guy.
Right. They had no idea of who he was, why he was involved in all this. They knew he was rambling on. They had some doubts about him originally. I think there's
Okay, sir, do me a favor. Do me a favor. Calm down. Calm down. Other than your roommate, is there anybody else inside the house?
I don't know. Thanks.
And I'm walking them around to the back of the house. And it's dark back there. There's some light, but it's pretty dark back there.
And when they get around to the back, now they can see a body on the ground.
Sir, come here.
I remember not knowing what I was seeing, and afterwards realizing it was Amie.
Really what hit me was the way that she was killed. So heartbreaking that her, of all people, had to be taken in the way that she was.
I said, I know who did it. I just knew it. I was the only person she was afraid of. It's the only one she was ever afraid of.
Take a seat. Take a seat.
Oh my God.
Hey, we need to end this. Oh my
What
God.
happened to you?
In the early morning darkness of February 15, 2020, Police body cameras were recording as Amie Harwick, barely clinging to life outside of her Hollywood Hills home, was taken to a hospital.
If she says anything in the hospital, I need to know that.
As EMTs tried to save Amie, officers from the Los Angeles Police Department tried to make sense of the scene. Amie's roommate, Michael Herman, appeared to be the only witness. He told officers an intruder had attacked Amie.
I swear to you, that was a struggle I heard.
But is there any sign of the intruder?
There wasn't.
Scott Masterson was the lead detective.
All we knew when we showed up was that a female was found on the ground in the back of the house. We're wide open to what really went on.
Even open to the possibility that this wasn't foul play at all. When officers searched the three-story house, they found Amie's purse, jacket, and broken necklace on the floor. Not exactly telltale signs of a crime. And a discovery on Amie's balcony made them wonder if this could have been an accident or even suicide.
On the deck of the balcony, we found a medium-sized syringe, and it was loaded with a yellowish-brown substance.
Yeah, it's heroin.
When the officers first saw that, they thought, what, was this some kind of drug deal or
Yeah,
incident?
exactly. Or maybe she was using drugs and fell over. They didn't know.
Sir, do you know her history of drug use?
No, she's sober. She doesn't drink it. She didn't even drink.
She doesn't drink.
She doesn't even drink. She's sober.
And when I first saw it, I said, that's not heroin.
Not heroin, but he didn't know what it was. But what did you think? Wasn't that odd?
Very odd. Very strange.
And very strange to investigators, says Masterson, was that Michael had blood on his shirt. And although he said he was a roommate, he didn't have his keys to the house when first responders arrived.
They don't know if he's part of the problem, part of the solution.
Hey, he might be a suspect because he's got blood on him.
So, they're thinking, was he in a fight with her?
That was not true. Michael Herman is telling his story publicly for the first time about the events on the night of Valentine's Day, 2020, and into the early hours of the next day. The word nightmare isn't even a big enough word, is it?
No.
Amie had gone out with friends, and Michael was in his downstairs bedroom.
I'd been mostly nodding on and off. I remember what sounded like a plate drop and being woken up by it.
Thinking it was Amie's cat, he says he fell back asleep. He later woke up to Amie returning home and that blood-curdling scream. He then heard what sounded like Amie being thrown to the floor and later choked. The sound made you feel that there was someone up with her.
I knew for a fact there was somebody up there after that. I'm trying to listen. You don't know for sure what's going on. Was he acting alone? Was there more than one person? I start rushing to look for my phone.
But Michael says he couldn't find his phone. He then started yelling to scare the intruder.
I remember thinking, this is so much worse than any horror movie I've ever seen. You're realizing that to save her, you've got to make the decision to leave her. It was such a hard decision.
Michael fled the house to get help, but when he got to the front gate, it was locked. He climbed over a fence, cutting himself on spiked rods. Frantically, he ran to the next-door neighbor's house. That neighbor's surveillance camera shows Michael knocking on the door, but no one answers.
I just kind of panicked, feeling like a lot of time had already passed.
He then ran into someone on the street and used their phone to call 911.
You guys need to get a cop here, quick.
Sir, the officers are on the way.
After spending hours at the scene, investigators found something in the light of day that they had missed before. A broken window from a French door on the ground floor with blood nearby.
And so as soon as we saw that, okay, this is our point of entry. We have a crime here. Somebody broke into this house and did this.
So this was the first piece of evidence that said to you, Mike Herman might be telling you the truth.
Correct.
Later at the Hollywood police station, Michael told Masterson about the person he believed was responsible.
Told them she had an ex-boyfriend that she had a restraining order against that had expired. I don't know his name, but Robert would know his name.
Robert is Robert Koshland, one of Amy's closest friends. We first spoke to Robert in 2020. He told us what he told police.
They were like, do you know who might have, could have done this? And I was like, yeah, Gareth.
Gareth Pursehouse, an old boyfriend whom Amie had had a troubled relationship with when they dated almost 10 years earlier.
I was like, you need to go find this guy right away.
Masterson then broke the news to Robert and Michael. Amie had died at the hospital. She was 38 years old.
How difficult was it to hear that Amie didn't make it?
It's still difficult to hear.
As investigators worked to find Amy's ex-boyfriend, they also tried to find Amy's parents, Penny and Tom Harwick, in Pennsylvania. The Harwicks remember getting ready for bed when there was a knock at the door. It was the local police.
And he said, Amy's been murdered.
It's a blur right now.
I don't know how to describe it.
Just devastated.
Penny and Tom's life with Amie began when they adopted her as an 11-month-old baby.
Do you remember the first time you saw your little girl? Oh, I absolutely remember. Kind of like a fairy tale. It's like, here's this beautiful little girl sitting there, and she's going to come home with us and be our daughter. It was wonderful.
And believe it or not, she had a head full of curls.
And her hair was honey-colored. By the time she was 4, it was so dark.
Around that same time, the Harwicks adopted their son, Chris.
And she was okay with it for a couple of weeks, and then she said, well, when is he going back? And I said, well, he's not. He's your brother. He's going to be here forever.
How would you describe your sister?
Amie was a very interesting character. She was into heavy metal and rock music, going to concerts.
And Amie got her parents in on the action, too.
She turned Penny and I into metalheads, or headbangers.
Seriously?
Seriously.
And she would always manage to get either backstage or to meet the performers. That's just who she was.
After high school, Amie met Tommy Decker, a drummer from LA, at a local concert. The two began dating long distance.
And then she said, I want to move out there. I want to move out to LA.
In 2001, she headed west. She was 20 years old.
She needed to find out who she was. She needed to do that for herself.
Soon, the couple tied the knot, but after a 3-year marriage, Tommy and Amie divorced. It wasn't until 2009 that Amie would go on to meet Gareth Pursehouse, the man police suspected had killed her, and whom they were now searching for.
Heartbreak for a local neighborhood after a well-known therapist was killed at her Hollywood Hills home.
People have left flowers here for Amie Harwick, and her friends and family are hoping for justice.
I was very confident that, Gareth Pursehouse was our guy.
Within 13 hours of Amie Harwick's death on February 15, 2020, police descended on Gareth Pursehouse's beachside neighborhood to arrest him.
You could tell he was playing the old, what's this about? Why do you want to talk? Who? Oh, yeah, I know Amie, sure, yeah. He basically was saying, I've been at home.
Detectives weren't buying that story or the explanation Pursehouse gave for what appeared to be a fresh black eye. He blamed a home renovation.
I said, I think you better get a contractor. If you get a hold of a power tool, you're going to be in real trouble.
Pursehouse was charged with Amie's murder on February 19, 2020. And detectives were learning about his troubled past beginning not long after he and Amie began dating in 2009.
They seemed like a pretty fun couple and kind of nice to see, friends get together.
When we first spoke to Rudy Torres in 2020, he talked about how the couple met. Amie, then working as a model and dancer, would often run into Purse House, an events photographer, at flashy LA parties.
If you would meet him, you would think he's charming, a little goofy, kind of dorky.
He wasn't a musician like she normally dated.
No, and she was trying to break that habit.
Purse House was also a computer expert and an aspiring comedian.
Here he is, one more time for Gareth, everybody, come on.
I have bad news for the entertainers over there. The best day of your career is going to be the days after you die.
But oddly, says Amy's mother, Penny, her daughter didn't share much else about him. And why do you think that is?
Well, maybe she was already feeling like he wasn't who she thought he was.
And Penny says her daughter never shared how volatile the 2-year relationship had become.
She'd gone through quite a bit with Gareth. There was a number of police reports that were made.
Detectives learned that Amie had called police to report several violent incidents over the years. She said that on multiple occasions, Gareth Pursehouse had choked, suffocated, and punched her with a closed fist. And she even documented her injuries with these photos. But Amy's father, Tom, says Amie didn't share just how bad things had gotten.
She didn't go into details.
Do you think she just wanted to protect the two of you?
Yes, yes.
After Amie ended the relationship, she took steps to protect herself, obtaining a restraining order against Pursehouse in 2012. But while she was trying to distance herself from him, Rudy says Pursehouse could not let her go.
He always wanted to get a hold of her, and I used to tell him that he should just leave her alone, and he wouldn't take no for an answer. And then he cut me off.
In the years after their breakup, Amie told her parents that her home was broken into. On one occasion, strangely, the only things taken were personal photos. And on another, her computer was wiped clean. And did she think it was Gareth?
She did.
Yes. Oh, yes.
But no way of proving.
No way of proving anything. Of course we were worried, but then we also felt like, well, she's done with him. It's over. And it was never over.
And Penny says Amie was thriving, getting a degree to become a licensed therapist.
Hi, this is Dr. Amie Harwick, licensed marriage and family therapist.
Amie posted therapy videos on her social media.
You can seek therapy to address an issue like depression, anxiety, a breakup. You can also seek therapy to be a better you.
But even as Amie focused on helping others, she couldn't quite shake the shadows from her past. She lost a job as a youth counselor, Penny says, after a prospective employer was anonymously sent nude photos of her. Amie believed Pursehouse was behind it.
She was really upset about it, and then she wasn't sure what she was going to do.
Despite that obstacle, Amie studied for a PhD in human sexuality, earning the title doctor. She took a special interest in marginalized groups, sex workers, and vulnerable women. And she doesn't stop. She
bounced right back.
I wrote a book called The New Sex Bible for Women.
No, she didn't stop. She would work with these groups of people that she felt were underrepresented and needed help.
What was Dr. Harwick's reputation?
Dr. Amie Harwick had an amazing reputation. I had a lot of mutual friends that had seen her.
Emily Sears, a model who's graced the cover of Maxim magazine, first started seeing Dr. Amie Harwick in 2017, in part to help her overcome anxiety she had around dating and intimacy.
I felt that she was relatable. Well, I didn't know just exactly how relatable it was.
Even when she opened up to Amie about an abusive ex-boyfriend who had stalked her, Emily says Amie never told her about her own similar experience.
And that still is something that I am struggling to process, knowing that I was sitting across from her and she had been through so much that was similar.
As Amie was helping Emily work through her issues around dating, Amie was taking a chance on a new man in her own life.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Drew Carey, comedian and host of The Price is Right on CBS.
She was obviously really beautiful. She was really smart. She just wanted to help people, especially women.
We spoke to Carey in 2022. He said it wasn't long after meeting Amie at a party that he decided she was the one.
And I said, if this keeps going the way it's going, I'm going to marry her.
And what happened?
What happened was he ended up taking her to Paris on New Year's Eve and proposing to her. She accepted.
Drew and Amie shared the news on his show soon after.
I'd like to introduce you to my brand new lovely fiance, Amie. How you doing, Amie?
But instead of spending the rest of their lives together, later that year, the couple split up.
How did she take the breakup?
She was devastated. I mean, she broke it off. And I think that's because, well, fame was getting in the way.
That's because, says Penny, Amie feared that with the added public attention she was getting while on the arm of a celebrity, she could be putting herself in danger.
You know who was watching, and it made her worry.
It hit home a lot after Amie passed in the way that she did. How dangerous it really is for women.
Emily Sears, one of Amie Harwick's therapy clients, was shaken by the news of her death.
The reality is we're not safe. Nobody is.
In dealing with some domestic violence case, this was a bit different because the way Gareth Pershouse acted in this case was more methodical.
When Deputy District Attorney Victor Avila took on the case, he was particularly troubled by evidence that Pershouse had broken into Amie's house, hoping to catch her off guard when she arrived home.
And that's at the point that we decided to charge not only the murder charge, but also the special circumstance of lying in wait. These are the crime scene notes.
Avila, along with his co-counsel, Deputy District Attorney Catherine Mariano, reviewed surveillance and body camera video, interviews with Amie's family and friends, and compiled a timeline of the events leading up to the murder.
It became very clear to me that his obsession drove his intent to kill her.
They believe that Pershouse's obsession with Amie was ignited when he saw her at this award show about a month before her murder. It was a chance encounter. Pershouse working the gig as a photographer, Amie smiling for the cameras, enjoying the limelight. But moments earlier, off camera, witnesses say an angry Pershouse confronted her. Penny Harwick recalls Amie telling her she hadn't seen him in almost a decade.
He called her a bitch and he told her she ruined his life. And she just told me how afraid she was because he was crying and causing a huge scene. And she said, "Mom, I went into therapist mode. I just tried to calm him."
After talking to Gareth for almost an hour, Amie left the event very worried.
What was your reaction, Penny, when she was telling you this?
That's when we talked about security, and she said she was going to get pepper spray.
We decided to start sharing locations so I could track where she was.
Her close friend, Robert Koshland, says that sharing her phone's location was one of the few things Amie felt she could do to feel safe. The restraining order against Pershouse had long expired, and because Pershouse hadn't expressly threatened her, Robert says she didn't think going to police would help. Still, he says, Amie was very concerned.
That's when she said, "Look, if something happens to me, he did it."
She actually said that.
Yeah, no, she literally said that.
She's thinking that he can cause me harm, and the very next day, he finds her phone on the internet and starts texting her.
Gareth sent Amie a series of texts and later left her a tear-filled voicemail.
I have so much I need to say. Please give me a chance to just say it. Please.
That's when prosecutors say Amie decided to block his number.
I believe up until that point, he was trying to manipulate his way back into her life at the point that she made the decision to block him. That was her choice, and she had that right to do that.
Prosecutors say Purcell started to plan to kill Amie on Valentine's Day.
Was that just a random date? Absolutely not. I think he wanted to make a statement by killing her on Valentine's Day.
On February 14, 2020, Amie went out with a group of friends around 7 p.m. 2 hours later, say prosecutors, surveillance cameras from her next-door neighbor's property were activated.
You get those Ring cameras that show a person that looks just like Gareth Purcell's with gloves.
When he first comes into view, he covers the camera. And when the camera senses no more motion, it shuts off. And then he hops over the fence.
Into Amie's yard. Soon after, around 9 p.m., they believe Purcell's broke through that French door.
And that's consistent with Michael Herman. He heard something breaking upstairs early in the evening.
And I think he just got into the house, cut himself. I don't think he even realized he cut himself.
Leaving that blood police later found nearby. DNA testing would confirm it belonged to Purcell's. And Detective Masterson says where Purcell's went next was revealed by Amie's unmade bed.
I think he climbed in her bed. He was there waiting for her for quite a while.
How creepy is that?
Crazy creepy.
That's where Masterson believes Amie found him 4 hours later when she arrived home a little after 1 a.m.
She walks into her bedroom, and I think she just froze in shock and fear. And the one thing that was on the bed was her phone. So I think she actually threw her phone at him and turned and started to run out of the bedroom. And she's screaming, and they're fighting and they're wrestling.
How hard did Amie fight for her life?
I think she fought with everything she had.
He had something that appeared to look like a bite mark on his bicep.
And Purcell's also had that black eye.
To us, it was indicative of Amie fighting for her life, but she was obviously up against a much bigger, stronger opponent.
Prosecutors believe Purcell started choking Amie. And that's when Michael Herman yelled, they believe, catching Purcell's by surprise.
And I think that plan was definitely thwarted by the unbeknownst presence of Michael Herman there. I just don't believe that he even knew that somebody was home.
In his panic, they believe Purcell's dropped that syringe police found on the balcony. It was months before lab tests revealed what it contained: liquid nicotine.
A toxic poison that, if injected into someone, it would kill them.
Why kill her that way?
I mean, with that lethal dose of nicotine, people may not know what killed her. It may not be detected.
With his original plan interrupted, prosecutors believe that Purcell's carried Amie, barely conscious after being strangled, to the third-story balcony.
He lifts her right over the rail and then drops her to kill her.
Gareth Purcell's is caught on the neighbor's camera, hopping back over the fence. With their suspect and theory of the crime, the prosecutors were ready for trial. But they were surprised by Gareth Purcell's defense, blaming Amie for what happened that night. In August 2023, more than 3 years after Amie Harwick's death, her accused killer, Gareth Purcell, went on trial.
I almost didn't recognize him.
Right.
In their opening statements, prosecutors Victor Avila and Catherine Mariano told jurors why and how they believe Purcell ended Amie's life in the early morning of February 15, 2020.
Dr. Amie Harwick was murdered by defendant Gareth Purcell because he was obsessed with her. He strangled her, lifted her up over the balcony, and dropped her to her death.
I just pray that Amie was unconscious when she went over the balcony.
Tom and Penny sat through every second of the trial, even the most graphic moments.
I need to know what happened to my daughter.
And we wanted to be there for Amie.
Yeah.
Through the whole ordeal.
But the Harwicks were not alone. Also in the courtroom, a small army of Amie's friends, including Rudy Torres.
This is the last thing I could ever do for her.
Although fortified by her friends, nothing could prepare the Harwicks to hear, for the first time ever, Gareth Pursehouse's explanation about what happened the night Amie died. Defense attorney Evan Franzel claims that running into Amie in January 2020 at that award show had sent Purshouse into, quote, a deep, debilitating depression, unquote. And the only way out of it was to talk to Amie on Valentine's Day 2020.
His only intention that night was to speak to her.
What was your reaction to that?
Bull. To put it bluntly, they're making up stories because they have no defense.
And as for that nicotine-filled syringe found at the crime scene, Pursehouse's defense attorney says it wasn't for Amie.
He brought it intending to kill himself.
Why didn't he? No, he was on a mission to kill her.
He was wearing gloves when he went there. He covered up the cameras. What's the purpose in doing all that if you're going to kill yourself there in front of her?
In this trial,
the defense tells the jurors they will hear from an accident reconstructionist who will show that Amie fell on her own. Defense attorney Franzel then shows the jury two images: a screenshot of the reconstruction showing an animated figure hanging from the balcony, and an undated photo of Amie posing on top of a balcony railing.
you'll see that she had a certain comfort level with the balcony railing.
Beautiful young lady, wasn't she? She looked glorious.
What was your reaction?
Ridiculous.
I couldn't take it seriously. It was just so far-fetched to me.
She's been strangled, she's debilitated. So for her to then climb over a 3-foot rail, do all that, it doesn't seem reasonable. It seems actually unreasonable.
The defense's opening concludes with this damning admission.
Yes, Gareth Purshouse was waiting in her home. He broke into her home. Had he not been there, she wouldn't have died that night. That is not in dispute. He set a chain of actions into motion that led to her death. But the evidence will show that he never intended on killing her.
Over the course of 10 days, the prosecution presented its evidence to prove that Gareth Purshouse did intend to kill Amie Harwick. Dozens of witnesses testified for the state, including Detective Masterson, now retired, Robert Koechlin, and of course, Amie's roommate, Michael Herman, the man who heard it all. Michael described for the jury how after that incident on the red carpet, Amie had been concerned about those French doors that Purshouse would later use to break into her home.
Amie had met with a handyman. I remember they were over by the glass doors, and Amie was pointing it out and telling him, we need to secure this.
Prosecutors also played for the jury this taped jail conversation between Purshouse and his friends after his arrest.
I guess I'm officially a bad boy now, right? I've always been kind of...
Just a couple of weeks after he's been arrested for murder, he's laughing with his friends. You never hear any moment of concern for Amie during that call.
Yeah, so it's not great. I'm not getting out of here.
Why was that important?
I think that's one piece of evidence to show a consciousness of guilt. So he knows what's coming because the evidence shows what he did. It proves what he did.
When it was the defense's turn to present its case and call its expert witness to show how Amie's fall from the balcony was an accident, the defense suddenly rested without calling a single witness.
Didn't that hurt the defense?
I am sure some jurors were wondering what happened, so I don't think that helps.
During closing arguments, defense attorney Robin Bernstein-Lev presented a new theory of what happened that night, that Amie may have attacked Purshouse.
We don't know who initiated the physical confrontation. It is just as likely, if not likelier, she preemptively attacked Gareth Pursehouse in order to subdue him because she was afraid of him.
You see that all the time, don't you? A 115-pound lady picking a fight with a 230-pound, 6'4" man. Just preposterous on its face.
Did that make you mad?
Oh, took all my willpower to stay in that seat, to keep my mouth shut.
During the state's closing arguments, it's Amie Harwick who has the last word. With prosecutor Mariano reading from an email Amie wrote to herself hours after her January 2020 encounter with Pursehouse.
The night I felt very scared. Gareth came up behind me and started screaming.
I'm pretty nervous that I'm more on his radar now. It terrifies me that he's obsessed with me for 9 years, thinks about me every day. He's focused on harming me.
That's the closest we've ever had to a victim testifying in their murder. I thought it was extremely devastating.
Jurors had 3 choices: murder in the first degree, murder in the second, or the lesser charge of voluntary manslaughter.
When it came time for deliberation, I think we all thought it would be rather quick. Day 1 went by, nothing.
I started getting a little worried and thinking, what could they be debating about?
I felt nervous.
Yeah.
Because you never know.
As jurors met for a second day to decide Gareth Purshouse's fate, the waiting for a verdict began to weigh heavily on the prosecution.
It's incredibly nerve-wracking. The wait is the worst part.
And on Amie Harwick's friends and family.
And all you hear is just like a symphony of anxious bellies just grrr. So everybody's nervous.
But as court was about to adjourn,
We were walking out of the courthouse, and Rudy called down and said, everybody get up here, there's a verdict.
Is it correct that the jury has a verdict? You can hand the verdict forms over to the bailiff, please.
With the jury, the above entitled action finding defendant Gareth Pursehouse guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree.
Gareth Pursehouse guilty of first-degree murder with a special circumstance of lying in wait.
What did you feel at that moment?
A huge relief. Huge relief. I just started crying and I couldn't stop. It was like, phew, finally, after all this time, he's going to be held accountable for what he did.
2 months later, Pursehouse was sentenced to life in prison without parole. He didn't say a word. Amy's friend, Robert Koshland.
Justice was rendered, and that's good, but we shouldn't be here at all. This should never have happened to begin with. The hole in our lives remains.
He's impacted so many people with his actions, so many people. He devastated our family.
A family that has grown. After the verdict, Tom gathered Amy's friends, the ones who have stood by them every step of this journey.
I said, you're not our friends, you're family. You really have become our family.
Could you have gotten through this without them?
No.
I don't think so.
It's a testament to the amazing life and community Amie Harwick created.
She was really happy. She was really happy that she had really gotten her life together. Man, we were all happy.
Michael Herman says he still keeps replaying that night.
She's gone, and I'm still here. You want a second chance. I'm still trying to save her.
Michael Herman has a lot of survivor's guilt.
Oh my goodness. He did the exact right thing.
He made all the right decisions.
Do you feel your sister got justice?
I feel she did.
Amy's brother, Chris.
We wish that she still could be here to continue to help people, because that's what she was all about.
We lost a friend, but so many other people lost a healer.
I think of Amie every day because she helped me so much.
Emily Sears says she's struggling without Amie's guidance.
It's just so hard to feel safe when this is the reality of what happened to her and what happens to so many people.
Amie's loved ones are hoping to change that reality. After her death, a petition was created to rewrite California domestic violence laws, including a statute preventing restraining orders from expiring.
And our biggest disappointment was it lost all its impact when COVID shut everything down.
Prosecutor Catherine Mariano acknowledges that there are limits to the legal system.
By the time it gets to our table, we're in a position to act reactively rather than proactively. But as a society, I think we can always do better, right?
After the trial, Amie's parents headed home to Pennsylvania, the place where they first became a family with their little girl, and watched her grow into the woman admired and now missed by so many.
What's the hardest part? Just the absence. The quiet.
One huge void. One huge void.
And I miss our adventures.
Adventures remembered when they visit Amie's grave.
And I couldn't get a brighter orange. I know orange was your favorite color, but this is the closest I could get. We're not the same people we were before, but we keep trying to be.
We miss you, Amie. Every day. We think of you.
Anything you wish you had been able to say to her?
Just to tell her one more time that I love her. I know she knew it, but I wanted to be able to say it.
New CBS Next. A young teenager is strangled and buried alive. Absolutely cold-blooded. 20 years later, her family battles to keep her killers behind bars.
We're fighting for her. That's why we're here. She doesn't have a voice, so we're her voice.
48 Hours is all new. CBS Next and streaming on Paramount Plus.
July 1997. 911 emergency. Man's been shot. Johnny Versace.
There's something inherently sexy in a Versace design. There is a flamboyance that is contained and controlled. The clothes we wear send a message about how the world perceives us. It says a real wow factor. I'm Tim Gunn, and I am the mentor on Project Runway. The Versace customer was not faint of heart. One of the most iconic Versace pieces was the gown that he made for Elizabeth Hurley. 2 stars were born with that dress. Princess Diana wanted a whole new look for the world. And Courtney loved it also. I mean, he took her from trashy to sophisticated.
Versace helped put Miami on the international map. My name is Tara Solomon, and I am the Miami Herald's former nightlife correspondent. Versace brought his entire world of fabulosity. And while he may have had homes all around the world, he came to Miami Beach to relax.
Do you remember where you were when you heard that Versace had been murdered?
Oh, I remember profoundly. I opened up my computer and it flashed before me that Gianni Versace had been murdered. I was stunned.
When Versace was killed, there was pure pandemonium.
On that particular morning,
Gianni Versace decided to go over to the News Cafe, and it was on his return home, approaching the door, he was shot and killed.
And all of a sudden we hear bang, bang, 2 shots.
1116 Ocean. Yes, man, been shot. Please, immediately, please.
Do you remember where roughly he was?
He was right here.
And there was obviously blood.
Yes, plenty of blood.
If you mention Gianni Versace, people still don't remember those names of the first few people that were killed.
There was the homicide of Jeff Trail and David Mattson. There was the murder of Lee Miglin. Then there was the murder of William Reese. We have what we typically call a spree killer. This wasn't a haphazard crime. Mr. Versace was targeted.
World-famous fashion designer Gianni Versace fatally shot.
Gunned down outside his mansion in Miami Beach, Florida.
Turned into a gruesome crime scene early this morning.
5 days before he was murdered, Gianni Versace and his partner Antonio D'Amico had arrived at Casa Casuarina, their lavish Miami Beach retreat. They'd been in Paris and New York. Versace could not have known it, but his killer was already in town.
1116 Ocean Drive. Man's been shot.
The 911 call came in about 8:45 the morning of July 15th, 1997, just as Carlos Noriega, then a lieutenant with the Miami Beach Police Department, was heading to work.
I drove over to the scene and encountered an area just flooded with police officers. There was evidence at the front steps, there was blood, there was clothing. Gianni Versace was an icon. You have a world-renowned fashion designer, a celebrity, who was tragically killed. This was all hands on deck.
Yeah, you don't want to screw this case up.
Exactly.
It all happened in broad daylight. Versace had gone out alone to a local cafe to buy magazines, and then he walked home.
As he was putting the key in the door lock, he was shot twice. Once in the face, point blank range, and the other one was behind the left ear in the neck, and that was a through and through shot.
Noriega believes the gunman approached Versace from behind or from the side.
I believe he was shadowing him. It was a very strategically timed, strategically placed attack to kill Gianni Versace.
The question was, who would want to kill him?
One of the first motives that we felt was a possibility was that it was a contract hit or organized crime, mafia, if you will, because there was a dead bird found next to the body.
Is that a sign?
To us, that's a sign of a mafia hit.
But the bird, it turned out, was in the wrong place at the wrong time, hit by a fragment from a bullet that killed Versace. And that left police with not much to go on. But not for long. They got a break from Lazzaro Quintana, who was a friend of Versace's.
He used to call me Lazzaretta.
Lazzaro was at the mansion that morning. He was in the dining room with Antonio when he heard the shots.
But Antonio got up and he went to the window that faces the gate to enter the mansion. And he yelled out, "No, no." And I ran out.
You came here?
I came here. Johnny was right here.
Versace was already dead on the front steps.
And then Antonio came and he's crying and he was destroyed. He was destroyed. And he's who did this? Who did this? And there was a lady standing here and she's pointing, but she couldn't speak. Antonio said, "Go get him. So I went after him.
Lazaro followed the gunman.
We're talking this pace, real fast. I yelled, "You bastard! Why did you do this? Why did you do this?" He makes a left turn. As he makes the left turn, yes, he makes the left turn, and we're still going all the way through. He turns over to the right, and car's coming, so I couldn't get across. Car stops, and they yell, "He's got a gun." He stops right across here at the alley, and that's when he's pointing the gun at me.
Show me how he pointed the gun at you, if I'm you. So he didn't even look at you?
No, never looked at.
You never saw his face?
I never saw his face.
But you saw his clothes?
Yes.
The shooter cut through this alley while Lazaro raced around the corner. He remembered seeing a police officer there earlier.
I reached him and I said to him, "Mr. Versace has just been shot."
Were you calm? Or were you?
No.
No?
No. A friend of mine was just shot. No, was I calm? I was nervous. I was upset.
You came down this street with the police officer.
I did.
Luckily, he came upon some men in front of this building and asked them if they saw a man running.
And they pointed. They pointed to the garage.
He said he went in here.
He went in here. So that's when I told the officer, I said, "He's in there, go get him, go get him." And then we heard over the radio the commotion and okay, now there is a manhunt.
When police searched the 13th Street garage, they discovered a pile of clothes. A gray t-shirt and black shorts, just what Lazaro had seen the shooter wearing. He had obviously changed clothes. When he walked out of this garage just shortly after the murder, nobody knew who the shooter was, nobody knew what he looked like, nobody knew what he was wearing. He was able to just vanish. But he left a mountain of evidence for investigators. Next to that pile of clothes was a truck that had been reported stolen in New Jersey. And inside the truck were documents with a name. I mean, he left his identification in the truck?
That's correct. He had his passport, ID, a whole lot of items that connected him right away.
By 12 noon, some 3 hours after Johnny Versace was murdered, police had a suspect. His name, Andrew Cunanan. And as it turned out, the Miami Beach Police Department was not the only one looking for him.
In Milan, Italy today, those who knew and admired Gianni Versace said goodbye to the murdered fashion designer.
1 week after Gianni Versace was murdered, celebrities and friends from around the world gathered inside this Gothic cathedral in Milan, Italy, for his funeral.
I saw Versace's funeral on television, and I cried. It was hard. It was tough. Princess Diana was there at the funeral. Sting, Trudy, Elton.
In Miami, not far from where he was murdered, there was a small, intimate service to celebrate the designer's life. The flowers left on the steps of Versace's opulent mansion served as one somber reminder of what had happened.
We consider Andrew Cunanan to be armed and to be extremely dangerous.
The police activity was another. They were tracking every lead they could, hunting for Gianni Versace's suspected killer, 27-year-old Andrew Cunanan.
You had a very good suspect.
Michael Band was the prosecutor assigned to this case.
And our first step was to go out into community with pictures of Cunanan and start beating the bushes and looking for this guy, looking to figure out, is this the guy?
Authorities were starting to learn all about Andrew Cunanan. 3 months before Versace's murder, Cunanan was living in San Diego, and his life was, to say the least, complicated.
I thought he'd be a very successful businessman, or maybe in the fashion industry, or something star quality like.
Back in the 80s, Robert Ahrens remembers his 7th grade classmate Andrew Cunanan as a good-looking kid with a keen fashion sense.
I remember Andrew would put dimes in his penny loafers. It was always that little extra something that made him sort of stand out and get noticed. Andrew sort of had this air about him that I thought was kind of beyond his years at that time.
According to Ahrens, Andrew Cunanan grew up in a working-class San Diego suburb and did not share much about his home life.
I had no idea who his mom was, his dad, whether he had brothers or sisters. I had no idea who was half Filipino.
Andrew's father, Modesto, was a former Navy man turned stockbroker. He and Andrew's mother, Mary Ann, raised 4 children together. But Andrew stood out. He had a genius IQ, so he enrolled in the pricey and prestigious Bishop School in the Tony Beach enclave of La Jolla.
When I heard that he was going to La Jolla and transferring to Bishop's, I thought, well, you've got to have money. That's a private school.
The class of 1987 mentioned Andrew Cunanan as most likely to be remembered. He chose a quote from King Louis XV to accompany his senior photo, "Après moi, le déluge." After me, the deluge. Turns out those words could have been an omen. A year after Andrew's high school graduation, his father was facing embezzlement charges. He fled the country, leaving his family abandoned and broke.
He was openly gay in high school and very flamboyant. And
when 48 Hours first spoke to Nicole Murray Ramirez back in 1997, he knew Andrew Cunanan. Today, he still remembers Cunanan as the young man who didn't have a job, but was a big spender and an even bigger talker.
Andrew Cunanan was basically known in the gay community's nightlife and the bar scene. He would walk in with an entourage and always pay for the bill. He wanted that illusion that it was his money. He tried to brag that he came from a Filipino family and he knew the Imelda Marcos.
Michael Williams owned a local restaurant and knew Andrew Cunanan. He also knew where Cunanan really got all that money.
He had a very wealthy older partner who really provided for him.
How much older?
I would say probably by 40 years.
What did you make of that relationship?
I stopped trying to figure that out. I was like, here's this young, attractive, good-looking guy with this extremely older man. I mean, I can't imagine what the connection was there.
I would imagine that you had an idea what the connection was there.
I did.
Michael Williams was introduced to Andrew through their mutual friend, a young ensign named Jeff Trail.
Andrew was very pretentious, loud, always had to be the center of the party. Jeff was opposite of that. Jeff was pretty conservative and quiet, always helping people.
Trail was an Annapolis graduate and a Gulf War veteran living in San Diego. He was also gay, as out as was possible.
Tonight on 48 Hours, the battle over homosexuals in the military.
In 1993, when he appeared in Silhouette for a 48 Hours interview, he talked to us about issues affecting gay people in the military.
We're not here to be feared. We just want to do our jobs. That's all we're asking for.
While Trail and Cunanan were friends, to the best of anybody's knowledge, that is all they were.
Jeff was always had the contagious personality that where you just wanted to be around him. And I think that, in a way, Andrew wanted that in his life. So surrounding himself around Jeff, he always seemed very happy and up.
You did not like Andrew?
No.
For reasons known only to Cunanan, he sometimes used the name Andrew De Silva. That's how Michael Williams knew him. and he would soon learn a lot more about Andrew. Who he was and what he would do would change the life of Michael Williams and end the lives of 5 innocent victims. Tracing Andrew Cunanan's blood-soaked path to Gianni Versace's front door means following a series of unexplainable events punctuated with unfathomable viciousness. None of the dots are easily connected, except in the mind of the murderer. The road begins with Jeff Trail.
He just had that charisma about him.
It was Trail who befriended Andrew Cunanan, and Michael Williams believes his friend knew Cunanan had lived a dangerous life.
Andrew had a past of dealing drugs. He had a past of prostitution. And I really think that Jeff was trying to pull him out of that.
Williams says Jeff Trail had left the Navy and was training to join the California Highway Patrol. And then, suddenly, and with no explanation, in the fall of 1996, Trail moved to Minneapolis.
The day that he got in the car to leave, I said, please be safe. And he reached under the seat and he pulled out his handgun. And he said, I'm going to be safe. I've got this.
Around that same time, Jeff Trail's friend, Andrew Cunanan, was struggling, according to Nicole Murray Ramirez.
He was not good looking anymore. He had to have looked in the mirror and saw what I saw, which was a 6 going down to a 4. What was left for his life?
Cunanan had gained weight and given away much of his expensive designer wardrobe.
He had dabbled into drugs. He was now an older young man with average looks.
On top of that, his older, wealthy partner broke up with him.
I surmise that Andrew one day woke up after his older boyfriend broke up the relationship. And what's next? How is he going to live?
He lost the money, the mansion, and all that went with it.
He lived off other people. He also was someone who was revengeful.
Former FBI profiler Mary Ellen O'Toole.
This is not someone that you break up with easily, because when you're grandiose and you're the center of the world, people don't break up with you.
And then, for reasons Cunanan never fully explained, on Friday, April 25th, 1997, he went to Minneapolis. He flew from San Diego on a one-way ticket. Do you think that he went up to Minneapolis with murder on his mind?
Yes, I think that he did.
Cunanan knew people in Minneapolis. Jeff Trail was there, and Michael Williams thinks something happened between the two of them.
I called to check on Jeff, and he was just really depressed. It alarmed me. We'd never had a conversation like that. I asked him, have you spoken to Andrew? And he said, no, and I'll never speak to him again. That's odd.
Cunanan knew somebody else in Minneapolis, a 33-year-old architect named David Madsen. Cunanan and Madsen had had a relationship.
He loved to laugh.
I'm just gonna have a little lunch, okay?
And he always had big energy.
Julie Hovland was David Madsen's friend and co-worker.
He liked problem solving. We talked about world issues. He was a down-to-earth person.
Did David ever mention Andrew Cunanan?
Yes, he did. I think he had a fling with Andrew. I don't think it was anything serious because there were other people in his life that he cared about more. He didn't care about Andrew that much, really.
But according to Cunanan's friends, Andrew believed David was the love of his life. Julie Hovland didn't talk to David Madsen over the weekend. On Monday, she was surprised when he didn't show up at work. And by Tuesday, everyone was worried.
I called him, went to voice messaging, and a couple of my coworkers went to his house over lunch hour on Tuesday, heard his dog barking in the apartment.
She didn't know it, but Cunanan's killing spree had already started.
It was noticeable as soon as you open the door and walk in. Nobody made any effort to try and conceal it or hide it.
When retired Minneapolis homicide detective Dale Barsness arrived at Madsen's apartment, what he saw was gruesome. There was a bloody body wrapped in a rug.
I thought he was dead that day. I pretty much cried the whole night. And then later we found out that it wasn't David's body in the carpet.
How did you feel when you heard that?
Shocked, but then, oh, what happened?
The body in David Madsen's apartment was Jeff Trail. He had been beaten to death with a hammer. And not far from the body, police found a duffel bag with a name on it, Andrew Cunanan.
This is the travel bag that we believe Andrew Cunanan brought to Minneapolis on April 25th.
But where was Andrew Cunanan, and where was David Madsen? The trail stayed cold for just 4 days, and then on Saturday morning, 2 fishermen found the body of a young man on the shores of East Rush Lake, about an hour north of Minneapolis. It was David Madsen. He'd been shot in the head.
We learned that David died pretty soon after Jeff Trail. Oh my gosh, you know, to be in the situation that David's in with this crazy person, you know, and how scary for him. I'm sure he tried to calm Andrew down. You know, I mean, I'm sure there was survival mode going on, like how do you diffuse the situation? But he obviously failed at that, and he lost his life because of that.
Ballistic tests showed the bullets used to kill Madsen came from a .40 caliber gun, like the one Jeff Trail had taken to Minneapolis. Police believe Cunanan took that gun.
Presumably, when you were able to link Madsen's death to Trail's death, that changed the whole investigation.
And now we're down to, where's Andrew?
There were tire tracks near Madsen's body, and his car, a red Jeep, was missing. But it would not stay missing for long.
72-year-old Lee Miglin was found tortured and stabbed to death in the garage of his mansion on Chicago's Gold Coast.
On the morning of May 3rd, 1997, Stephen and Barbara Byer found the body of their neighbor, Lee Miglin. He was a wealthy real estate developer.
I can still picture it today. I could see the points of his shoes. And I said, Lee is right there. I mean, it was absolutely chilling.
Inside Lee Miglin's townhouse, there was some money and other things missing, and there was evidence the killer had stayed a while. Police photos show he had shaved and taken a bath.
Debris in the kitchen sink, melted ice cream coming out of their containers. Then in Lee's library, finding this large ham sliced sitting on his desk. That was plenty to recognize that something very, very bad had gone on.
Around the corner from the murder scene, police would discover David Madsen's red Jeep. But now Lee Miglin's green Lexus was missing. To this day, police do not know what, if any, connection Cunanan had to Miglin. But they feared Cunanan would strike again.
do know it's not a random act of violence.
A nationwide manhunt is still underway for Cunanan.
After Andrew Cunanan murdered Jeff Trail, David Madsen, and Lee Miglin, the gay community was terrified, especially in San Diego.
I think everybody was in a state of shock. I think some people were in a state of fear. People didn't answer their doors. People that knew him the most stayed other places.
Michael Williams relocated to Scottsdale, Arizona.
Everybody was on very high alert.
Because you didn't know where he was going to strike again.
Yeah.
Just 6 days after he killed Miglin, while Cunanan was on the run in Miglin's green Lexus, police believe he realized the FBI was tracking the car phone's signal, and he needed a new vehicle.
He's believed to have struck here in Pennsville Friday afternoon at the remote Finns Point Cemetery at Fort Mott Park.
FBI is going to work it concurrently with the New Jersey State Police.
The Lexus was found at this cemetery in southern New Jersey. Inside the office lay victim number 4. He was 45-year-old William Reese. He'd been shot in the head, and his red pickup was gone.
Yeah, all he was a caretaker at a cemetery.
Minneapolis Detective Dale Barsness says William Reese was killed simply for his truck.
You know, he just was a very honorable man.
In the wrong place.
Absolutely.
At the wrong time.
And alone.
You're ensconced somewhere in Scottsdale. He's last heard of in New Jersey. Can you relax?
No. Until he's caught, you don't relax.
As Gianni Versace was in Europe working on what would be his final collection, Andrew Cunanan was the focus of a nationwide manhunt. He was featured on America's Most Wanted.
Police say Cunanan may be wearing glasses.
And earned a spot on the FBI's 10 Most Wanted list.
You think he enjoyed the attention that he got?
Oh, I absolutely do.
Former FBI profiler Mary Ellen O'Toole.
He basically held the United States hostage because we were looking for him everywhere. We didn't know where he was.
O'Toole says, having murdered 4 men in 3 states over 12 days, Cunanan was now considered a spree killer.
A spree killer continues and continues and continues and does not go back into their normal life. Life as they know it, it's done.
So O'Toole believes Cunanan knew he had nothing to lose.
There's no way to undo what he's done now. Absolutely no way. So he's really boxed himself into a corner. From a behavioral standpoint, that makes him more dangerous.
But then, for 2 months, there was no sign of Cunanan. Until July 15th, 1997, when he struck again. This time was different, because this time, his victim was Gianni Versace.
When you heard that he had done it again, do you remember how you felt?
Every time there was another killing, it was almost like you're being stabbed, you know? It's that rush of pain, and you're just automatically, oh my God, why can't they catch him?
There's no question that he knew that we were hot on this trail.
Carlos Noriega remembers that within hours, hundreds of police officers piled onto Miami Beach.
We all but locked down the causeways and the ways in and out of the city. And I believe that created that bottleneck where he felt uncomfortable trying to leave the city.
Crime Stoppers.
With all the attention on this case, every day brought a flood of tips.
How long ago?
The tips that were coming in were overwhelming at times.
Especially since this was Detective Gus Sanchez's first homicide investigation.
Were you nervous at all?
Of course I was.
Yeah.
We know already that he had killed numerous people. I remember going to different locations, knocking on doors, and it always crosses your mind that Cunanan can be in there armed and he can shoot through the door.
Detectives soon learned Cunanan had been in Miami Beach for about 2 months.
He was sort of hiding in plain sight.
Exactly.
The police had missed several opportunities to get him. About a week before he killed Versace, Cunanan pawned a gold coin stolen from Lee Miglin. How'd the pawn shop know it was him? He told them.
Pawned the coin about a week before the homicide.
And used his own name.
Used his own name.
What's more, Cunanan's name was on a form the pawn shop was required to send to the Miami Beach Police Department. It arrived 5 days before the murder.
We did not have an automated system at the time.
It was just one of many forms, and unfortunately, nobody looked at it.
Did you think, why didn't we know about this before Johnny Versace was killed?
That thought went through my mind several times because apparently he was on the beach for a period of time.
Cunanan listed his address as the Normandy Plaza Hotel.
It was a dump. You and I wouldn't stay in that hotel.
He'd registered under his own name.
Must drive you nuts to know that this guy was walking around free as a bird.
Right. I mean, just the fact that this guy was being looked for speaks to the fact that he was able to blend in and change his appearance and successfully just stay one step ahead that way.
Things might have turned out differently if police had a little more luck. 4 days before Versace was killed, someone at this sub shop recognized Cunanan from the America's Most Wanted story. He called the police, but they arrived too late.
I was disappointed. I was frustrated. It's just unfortunate that we didn't catch him before it happened.
After Versace's murder, with Cunanan on the loose, anxiety grew.
Let me assure you that Miami Beach and Dade County are safe.
I was afraid.
Remember, Versace's friend, Lazaro Quintana, had chased Cunanan.
So I told the officer, go get him. He's in there. Go get him. He knew who I was, but I didn't know who he was.
How did you behave when you were out?
Scared, cautious, looking over my shoulder a lot.
Literally? I mean,
absolutely. Oh, yeah, I mean, I got goosebumps on it, absolutely. This man had a gun. This man knew what he was doing.
The longer Cunanan dodged police, the more intense the hunt became.
I think the police were getting anxious. Where could he be? What kind of resources did he have?
Former prosecutor Michael Band.
That's a lot of pressure.
That's a lot of pressure on law enforcement. The whole world's watching, but we don't want anybody else dead.
There was a sense that maybe we lost him by some people. I just thought that he was hiding out.
And then the tip came in that would change everything.
Here we go, guys. Here we go.
I get a call, Michael, I think we found him.
What's your emergency? Somebody got him and they're shooting.
I heard over the police radio that there had been a shot fired, that they were surrounding a houseboat.
You think what?
We got him.
After a 9-day manhunt, Miami Beach detective Gus Sanchez believed Andrew Cunanan was finally cornered on a houseboat just 40 blocks from where he had shot down Johnny Versace. When Sanchez arrived, it was a standoff.
At this point, nobody's seen Cunanan on the houseboat.
No, there's no confirmation at this point.
The houseboat's caretaker saw signs of a break-in, and when he went inside, a shot was fired. Police quickly surrounded the houseboat.
They are communicating by bullhorn with the houseboat.
After a 4-hour siege, the SWAT team fired tear gas and went on board. When it was safe, prosecutor Michael Band followed them.
It was a mess. It was just a mess.
In an upstairs bedroom, they found a body.
I just recall an individual lying on the bed, looking up. He had a bullet wound in his head. There's a gun next to him.
When you looked at that face, what did your gut tell you?
My gut told me it's him.
But that wasn't enough.
I wanted his fingerprints.
As band waited, an expert at the scene compared fingerprints from the corpse with Cunnanon's.
He looks up and he says, it's him.
The reign of terror brought upon us by Andrew Cunanan is over.
It turned out Cunanan shot himself with the same gun he used to kill Johnny Versace, William Reese, and David Madsen. It was the gun he had taken from his friend and first victim, Jeff Trail.
There's a sense of relief.
But this was not the outcome Michael Williams hoped for.
I didn't want him to do anything but go to jail and rot.
Andrew Cunanan's suicide left the world with a pile of questions. Was there any connection between Johnny Versace and Andrew Cunanan? There have always been rumors. There is no hard evidence.
Do you think they knew each other?
I think there's a strong possibility that they crossed paths before.
And that plays into his motive. I think so. I think they knew each other. Or he wanted to be in his circle and maybe he was rejected. And this is all speculation.
There is some sense it's not complete. Why'd he do it? What was the folks in Minnesota? Why Chicago? Why New Jersey? Why Versace? Was there a connection there? Was this just some sort of serendipitous, unfortunate occasion where just two lives intersected at the wrong time?
And we'll never know.
We'll never know.
20 years after Versace's death, Tim Gunn says Versace's influence still lives.
Sexy, alluring, gorgeous red carpet gowns, it's all attributable to Gianni Versace.
Singer Bruno Mars not only wears Versace, he mentions Versace in one of his songs.
If guys like Bruno Mars are singing about Gianni Versace 20 years after his death, what in your mind does that say about Gianni Versace?
That he's fully embedded in our society and culture and has a profound legacy.
I feel his presence when I'm designing.
Leanna Aguilar, a Project Runway contestant, was just a teenager when Versace was killed.
There are Versace elements in what you're wearing today, right?
Yes. Tim Gunn saw this and he said, "This looks like Versace," and I was like, yes, mission accomplished.
Of course, the memories are infinitely more personal for Michael Williams, who lost his best friend. And 2 decades later, it still hurts.
This hasn't left you.
I'm better. It's taken me years. You know, if it was just Jeff being killed, would be one thing. But then you got David and Lee Miglin and William Reese and Johnny Versace. 5 people that you're now connected to.
It is a connection no one would ever seek. The world lost an icon, but 5 families lost loved ones, friends lost friends, all for a reason we'll never know, if there ever was one.
James Brown and Papa Don't Take No Mess, Part 1. This is Casey Kasem in Hollywood on American Top 40, and number 8.
If you grew up in the 70s, the 80s, or the 90s, you knew that voice.
As Michael Jackson threatens to take over the top spot,
Casey Kasem was everywhere, counting down the hits.
here's a tune that reached the top 10 a few weeks ago, got as high as number 9.
And if you're too young to remember that, how about this? Casey was the voice of Shaggy from Scooby-Doo.
Here it comes.
I love that man so much. I would have died for him. Casey and I were married here. There were 500 people here. We had our friends and family. It was the most incredible day of my life.
In 2014, Casey Kasem was dying of a Parkinson's-like disease. He was about to leave behind an enormous estate worth between $80 and $100 million. His family went to war over that money against each other.
Jean killed my father.
And when you say killed, do you mean murder?
What she did led to his death.
That's a lie. It's a flat-out lie.
Jean, Casey!
He was perhaps the most famous person ever known for counting backwards.
Radio legend Casey Kasem died today at the age of 82.
I ran back in the room and I picked him up in my arms and I held him so tight and I said, I have never loved anybody like I have loved you.
She isolated him and tortured him. My dad was left to die in a facility.
They chemically restrained him. They removed his hydration, his nutrition, and all proactive medical care.
Not one decision was made by me. My dad was dying. And I looked at her and I said, Dad's not gonna be here for very long. You should get to the hospital.
And she said?
She wouldn't talk to me. That's what she did, always.
If you were going to count down the American top 40 family feuds, this battle would be number 1.
The honor of King David.
I am.
What person in their right mind throws frozen meat at you, screaming biblical verses?
To the dogs, to the dogs.
There are always rabid dogs.
It's so crazy and so weird.
You're court ordered to be here today.
They lie, they cheat.
Abuse is abuse.
And they think that they can get away with it.
Why does she hate us so much?
Shame on these children. Shame. We have been stalked, tracked, bullied.
None of what she says is ever true, so.
They killed my husband. They killed their father.
And there you are. I'm Casey Kasem. Till then, keep your feet on the ground and keep reaching for the stars.
His family says Kasem's wife, Jean, illegally moved him from a facility where the 82-year-old was receiving treatment.
He's very ill. He shouldn't be moved.
There's never been a Hollywood drama quite like the family feud between the second wife of Casey Kasem
I am the owner of the house.
and his children,
She unplugged my dad from his feeding tube.
involving intrigue, money, and ultimately his death. It was May 7, 2014, and you could say the mystery started right here. And imagine this, it was 2:30 in the morning.
That move that night was to get him out of the drama and to keep him safe and secure. We had had enough.
Jeannie Kasem, Casey's wife of 34 years, says she was convinced her husband's life was in danger. Jean Kasem told her story of Casey Kasem's drama for the first time to 48 Hours. What were you thinking, Jeannie?
I was thinking that it was time to protect my husband.
The legendary radio host who suffers from dementia was checked out of an assisted living facility by his wife.
It's a drama that really started all the way back in 1979, when Casey, then a divorced father of 3, met Jeannie Thompson. She was a secretary at his agent's office. Casey fell for her. They were married exactly 1 year later at one of LA's most luxurious hotels. So where are we right now?
Well, right now we're where it all began, which is where Casey and I got married. There were about 500 people here. It was an amazing day.
The Reverend Jesse Jackson married the couple.
It was a dream come true.
Spectacular. Jeannie Thompson was 22 years younger than Casey. She grew up listening to him.
I'm Casey Kasem. Now we're up to our long-distance dedication.
I was growing up on Guam at the time, and we only had Armed Forces radio over there. And I heard this DJ come on, and he announced this record. And I went, oh my God, who is this guy? Then he went, I'm Casey Kasem.
We're gonna miss the bus.
Keep your pants on. This'll only take 5 minutes.
She is a former actress, best known for her role on Cheers.
She's got a way with colors and a flair for design. And
the happy couple eventually moved into this mansion in one of the chicest LA neighborhoods, Bel Air, just a hop away from the famous Playboy Mansion.
Welcome to the Kasem house.
Back then, Kasem was on top of the world.
Mr. Countdown himself, Casey Kasem. Casey, come on. Number 7 is a favorite of anyone who's ever been in love. Here it is.
And that voice.
He didn't think it was so good.
Really?
He said, I'm just the guy next door.
Hardly. He had launched American Top 40.
This is Casey Kasem, and we'd like to welcome you to American Top 40.
Heard on more than 1,000 radio stations around the world. He made hundreds of voiceovers.
Scooby-Doo, where are you?
And that signature voice of Scooby-Doo's pal, Shaggy.
This nightstick should do it.
Casey was much more than a voice to his 3 kids from his first marriage, Carrie, Mike, and Julie. He was their loving father.
My father imparted so much wisdom on all of us when we were children. Education, education, education.
Julie Kasem became a physician's assistant.
My dad imparted us to be humble, to treat people with kindness, to love those around you.
So this is the studios, and my father still has a studio here. It's changed a little bit.
His oldest daughter, Carrie Kasem, helped out on his radio show.
This is where he did American Top 40 and American Top 20. He would sit here, and he'd always have his water and his apple and rock candy for his voice. He had this
Carrie went into modeling, acting, and broadcasting.
Radio personality and television host Carrie Kasem.
His son Mike has a radio show in Singapore.
A song from one of America's top 10 albums. And here they are.
Casey's children claim everything changed once their father and Jeannie became engaged. Was there an estrangement?
There was. Basically, they were upset with their father and angry with their father because he married me. And they were angry with me because I married their father.
Casey and Jeannie would have their own daughter, Liberty. And as his success grew, they lived a full life. Casey and Jeannie threw themselves into philanthropy.
You realize it really is important to give something back and to help repair the world, because that's got to be my legacy, I know.
Everything from environmental issues to animal rights to progressive politics.
We believed in a lot of charity.
In 2007, at the age of 75, Casey Kasem was diagnosed with a Parkinson's-like disease called Lewy body dementia.
It slows them down. They can either get rigid or shaking. It may sometimes affect their speech.
In 2009, he gave up his beloved radio show and signed off for the last time.
Now, one more time, keep your feet on the ground and keep reaching for the stars.
Casey would have no financial worries with an estate valued between $80 and $100 million. But around that time, Jeannie claims, his children became focused on one thing.
It was all about the money. We became the Bank of Kasem, the personal ATM machine.
Around 2012, according to Jeannie, Casey was fed up and cut them off financially. Jeannie says the kids were furious, but instead of getting mad, Jeannie claims Carrie and the others did something almost unimaginable.
I believe that Carrie Kasem did kill my husband. That it was a long-term, premeditated plan, and he's gone.
It's just lie after lie after lie without any evidence.
The children of legendary DJ Casey Kasem are demanding to know, where is Kasem?
Those adult children had put targets on our backs.
Do you believe that your husband, Casey Kasem, feared his children?
Yes,
And feared that they could do what?
what they did.
Which was?
Kill him.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. There's no more evil in this world than Jean Thompson Kasem.
Let me show you something. Jean says the alleged plot started in this very room behind me on a lonely stretch of Hollywood Boulevard back in 2007. She says that Casey's children lured their disoriented father from his Bel Air mansion to this very store to sign a very important document.
He was taken to a UPS store, and he was asked to sign his life away while he was on medications. He had sutures in his head. He did not have his glasses on, and he was out of it.
Does that mean the UPS store?
This video, shot by Carrie, shows Casey filling out a document that would give his children, and not Jeannie, the authority to be in charge of his future health care. It's video that Jeannie claims shows that Casey is obviously impaired. That's Casey's daughter, Julie.
5419 Suite C, you know what I mean? Put the address.
And this is the document Casey signed, laying the groundwork, Jeannie claims, that would lead to medical decisions that would kill Casey. Starting in 2013, as Casey's health declined, there were legal squabbles. Jeannie was trying to control when and where people could see Casey, including his own children.
I was in tears. I was speechless. I called my sister bawling, and I said, I just want to see Dad, and she won't let me.
Jeannie also says she and her daughter Liberty became targets of a harassment campaign. Were you living in fear?
Pretty much.
Were you ever personally threatened by someone?
It was a phone call that came in, I believe it was early in the morning, and there was a loud bang on the phone. And I held my ear. I said, oh my God, it sounds, what is that? And then I heard it again, and I recognized it as a gunshot.
And did you report this to the police?
Reported it to our lawyer. Reported a lot of the incidences to the police.
Jeannie alleges someone smashed her front gate, her mail was stolen, and more.
I believe that there's another surveillance van. There he is, right there. There he is. Go.
It was around this time that Jeannie claims Casey's children asked police and Adult Protective Services to check up on Casey.
They were called by Carrie, Julie, whomever.
Los Angeles police found no evidence of abuse or neglect. Jeannie claims that the harassment continued. She points to this demonstration right outside her home. Carrie and some supporters were demanding to see Casey.
After 3 months of no communication, we finally said enough's enough.
Finally here, at a rehab facility in Santa Monica, the mysterious last days of Casey Kasem's life took a dramatic turn. Casey was very sick. He'd been in and out of hospitals for months, and there had been endless legal fights, mostly over visitation.
I was thinking that it was time to protect my husband and leave the drama for all of us behind.
Jeannie says she was keeping Casey at the rehab center under a fake name, but somehow his adult children found out. Then, a few days later, on May 6th, Jeannie says Carrie and Julie gained access into the facility and even got into Casey's room. She says she was terrified and furious.
It was about the money. Casey no longer was of any use to them. It was all about the money.
It turns out that the adult children's power of attorney for medical decisions had never taken effect. Carrie and Julie decided they needed to go to court to try to get custody of their dad.
We had not seen him since February. Now this is May.
But Jean was having none of it. The day she found out they were headed to court, she made a dramatic move. At 2:30 in the morning, doctors say Jeannie ordered Casey's surgically implanted nutrition tube and IV disconnected and checked him out of the rehab facility. The doctor in charge of Casey's care later wrote the following letter to police, quote,
"She was informed of the risks of doing so and was told she was placing Mr. Kasem in great bodily harm or possible demise. He's saying that you could have killed him."
That is not true.
Casey was loaded into a black SUV and disappeared into the darkness.
We know he's ill. Kasem's daughter doesn't know where he is.
Dad once told me, don't ever go up against Jean. You don't know what she's capable of.
The children of legendary DJ Casey Kasem are demanding to know where he is.
It was May 2014 when Casey Kasem vanished.
This is Casey Kasem on American Top 40 in Hollywood.
That iconic voice in the world was nowhere to be heard, and his case was making big news.
Casey Kasem's children have been saying that their stepmother has been isolating her.
Nobody knew where my dad was. Nobody.
You didn't understand where.
I don't want to speak specifically.
His children went on national television,
We want him back. He knows that we're his children, and
pleading directly to Jeannie Kasem.
We've told Jean, take it all. Take everything. Keep it. Just give us our dad back.
They were not only outraged that Jeannie had taken their father, but about how she had done it.
Jean Kasem pulled my dad out at 2:30 in the morning out of a convalescent center, unhooked his G-tube, unhooked his IV. He was supposed to be transported with an ambulance on a certain kind of mattress. No, she threw him in the back of an SUV that she didn't even get into herself. With no pain meds, no food, no water, no nothing.
And we were devastated. We knew this was the beginning of the end.
But there would be no end to the family feud that had begun years earlier in that UPS store. Carrie and Julie insist they didn't trick their dad into signing that document, the one they hoped gave them control over his medical care.
Jean claims that Casey has no memory of ever signing that document.
Watch the tape.
Put the address.
Put UPS store.
You'll see my dad knew what he was doing, knew what he was signing.
5419.
Now, estate planning is normally done in a lawyer's office. You're at a UPS store.
He was terrified that Jean would find out.
Let me give you Jean's interpretation of what she told me. And this is you?
Yep.
And this is your father?
Yes.
Now, there's a circle here because he supposedly had had a medical procedure and had sutures in his head. Is that true?
To my knowledge, that is falsified information. In my opinion, Jean Kasem is a liar. 100% pathological liar.
48 Hours has confirmed that Casey had a procedure, but it was a minor one. 10 days before the signing, he had a small hair transplant. Just like that story, just about everything both sides told us is in dispute. Remember, ever since Casey married Jeannie, the relationship between the children from Casey's first marriage and their stepmother has been toxic. For example, take the arguments over money.
The only thing she ever wanted from my dad is money. That's it. They live off my father.
She says the same thing to me about you.
But I work. Listens to the actual. I'm very proud of who I am. I'm very proud of how hard I've worked. I've been on air for 21 years. You know, working multiple jobs sometimes to pay the bills. I own my own home. My dad didn't buy that for me.
The feud intensified after Casey's health deteriorated.
She had a plan to move him out of the house and cut us all off.
Starting in 2012 is when I felt that the isolation began.
I'm told by my sister, hey, I can't get a hold of Dad, I can't get a hold of Dad. My father was isolated and we were not allowed to see him anymore.
Remember that demonstration outside Casey's house? That day, Jeannie even called the cops.
My dad's very ill and he loves us.
Do you know why she's not allowing you guys to see him?
There's many reasons, but none of them are true.
The whole drama climaxed in mid-May 2014. That's when Jeannie disappeared into the night with Casey. Desperate to find her dad, Carrie made this emotional appeal on TV.
If you've seen anything, please call the police, please.
Days after that, the battlefield in the War of the Kasems shifted to Las Vegas. That's where a private eye working for Carrie discovered the couple. Jeannie had taken Casey to a posh resort there, but not for long. Next, she put him on a charter flight.
That private jet carrying a frail Casey Kasem flew northwest from Vegas, landing in Seattle. He was brought to a place not far from where I'm standing right now, 1,100 miles from his hospital bed in Santa Monica. And you wanted to get away from the madness in Los Angeles.
We were being photographed and followed to supermarkets and tortured, just tortured.
Casey ended up in a place called Silverdale, a small town in western Washington. For the first time since those final days, we brought Jeannie back.
Hi. It's so good to see you. How are you? Better now that I see you. Yes.
Shasta Bartelheim grew up with Jeannie, and they both hoped Casey would spend some quiet, peaceful days in her parents' home.
Can you show me the bedroom where he was? Is that okay?
Yes, absolutely. This is where Casey was. His hospital bed was here, very comfortable. My mother has a lot of Snoopy. She's an avid Snoopy collector.
So Casey was in his hospital bed with all these Snoopies around him.
Here. And we had all of his medical supplies. Some were here, some were in another room.
Was he in pain?
No, he was not in any pain in this house, ever.
Acting on a tip, Washington Adult Protective Service and Kitsap County Sheriff's deputies came by to check on Casey.
Mr. Kasem and his wife are here visiting. We did check on his welfare. He seems to be doing fine. He was upright. He could communicate.
But Casey's stay here was about to come to an end. Carrie won a new court order. She was coming from LA to get Casey and take him to a hospital. And things were about to get weird.
In the honor of King David.
Very weird.
To the dogs, to the dogs.
In late May 2014, Casey Kasem was counting down his days in Silverdale, Washington. In this home, tended to by a doctor, his family, and close friends.
He was content. He was very happy. He smiled, shook our hands. It was nice.
Shasta Bartelheim, a nurse's assistant, has known Casey since 1980. She helped care for him.
Was he still able to converse, answer questions?
Yes, he would speak. It was a whisper, kind of a sound. When he talked, he wasn't grimacing in any pain.
On June 1st, 2014, when Carrie Kasem, armed with a court order, came to pick up her father and take him to the hospital, Jeannie was waiting.
Carrie arrives as usual with media in tow, her attorney.
We pull up, and then fire trucks show up, another ambulance shows up because Jean has caused a fit.
As seen in this broadcast on NBC News.
I saw geriatric Harley-Davidson riders that were forming a line to not let me in. It's so crazy and so weird.
That line of bikers was led by Shasta's brother.
Casey started yelling, "I don't want to go. I don't want to leave. No, no, no."
He was frightened. His eyes were big.
He didn't want to leave.
No, he didn't want to leave.
Acting on that court order, EMTs removed Casey.
So show me where they took him.
Down this hallway here, headed for the door.
He headed out, and what was out here out in the street?
The ambulance was there. There were a couple of ambulances.
Terrified, Jeannie called her lawyer.
I dropped the phone and I turned around to look for something, and there was meat in the kitchen, and
It was frozen hamburger.
I grabbed the meat and I came out here, and then I started walking this way with the meat in my hand.
So.
In the honor of King David, go ahead and take me. In the honor
Then she took aim.
I am.
meat to you, to the dogs.
Jean throws a piece of frozen meat at me, screaming nonsense.
I am.
Meat to you.
Why meat, though? Why grab meat?
To me, they were treating my husband, an American treasure, Casey Kasem, like a piece of meat.
Insane, crazy. You saw the real Jean Thompson Kasem.
And so, if I may ask you, are you crazy, Jeannie?
No, I'm not. To the dogs, to the dogs.
Carrie dodged the meat attack, then jumped in the ambulance with her dad and sped away to a local hospital where a doctor was standing by.
The first thing he said to me, right when I got him in the hospital, "Your dad may not live very long, I'm just gonna let you know."
When Casey arrived here at St. Anthony's Hospital, his diagnosis was grim. He had, according to hospital records, a urinary tract infection and a stage 3 ulcer of his back. That's an open wound going almost to the bone. Within days, doctors would also diagnose septic shock, respiratory failure, a lung infection, and a host of other ailments.
The change was so drastic, it was maddening. He was extremely thin. His face was sunken in.
Shasta says Casey, who was taken out of the house that day, was nowhere near death.
Oh, no, heavens no, not at all.
The next day, Jeannie tried to get Casey out of the hospital.
On June 2nd, we had an emergency court hearing, and the judge ordered that he could return home. Once his personal physician spoke with the attending physician at the hospital.
Just before 10 that night, Jean arrived here at the hospital, along with Shasta and her attorney. They claim that the physician treating Casey had told them to come and pick him up.
And he said his overnight observation has concluded, and he's discharged.
But when she arrived, the doctor wouldn't release him, saying Casey was in pain.
He wasn't in any pain. They wanted him to be in pain.
Jeannie refused to leave without Casey.
She started screaming. They had to call the police to get her out of the facility.
And 3 days later,
we had 3 doctors come in and say, this is futile. Your father's dying. His organs are shutting down. He can no longer digest food.
Carrie and her siblings now faced a wrenching decision. They say they followed a doctor's recommendation to stop Casey's hydration and nutrition.
I couldn't hear it. I got upset. I said, isn't there something we can do? What if we try this? What if we try that? Because I was the fighter. I wasn't going to let him go.
On June 6th, the Kasem children alerted Jeannie.
Julie called my lawyer and said to my lawyer that we're losing him. She should come to the hospital right away.
Jeannie and Liberty rushed to the hospital, but claimed they were only permitted to see Casey for a few minutes.
We were given 5 minutes to say goodbye to a man that I was married to for 34 and a half years. He looked at me and he was scared to death. I went to the bed. I held his hand. He grabbed my arm.
Did Casey say anything to you?
He said that he loved me. And I told him that I loved him.
Jeannie was desperate to get Casey's life support restored.
My first and foremost thing was to save my husband's life. Every second counted.
She flew back to California, hoping to get the court to order it. Over the next few days, there would be several motions filed.
The doctors said, unfortunately, there is nothing more we can do to keep your father alive. That was the hardest thing to hear. That's our dad.
On June 15th, 2014, Casey Kasem, the beloved radio icon, passed away. He was 82.
We were all surrounding him on the bed with our hands on him. Every single one of us was touching him as he took his last breath.
We were all there, all of us, and who was missing? His wife and Liberty. It was 100% their choice not to be there.
This court order says you can visit him at any time. No one can stop you. And what Carrie is saying is that you chose not to see Casey anymore in the hospital.
That's not true. That is not true at all. We were afraid to go to the hospital.
In death, the war of the Kasems grew even more fierce.
He did not die of natural causes. They planned it, and they killed him.
Jean killed my father. Whether it was premeditated or whether it was just by her careless actions. If someone killed your father, wouldn't you want justice?
In June 2014, Casey Kasem's death was felt across the globe.
And there was one guy on the radio I used to listen to all the time who passed away today, and so I want to dedicate this song to Casey Kasem. Travel safely, my angel.
And travel he would. Casey's body was taken from Silverdale to SeaTac Airport. where it was flown to Montreal.
And why Montreal?
He was there for a time because his burial was being obstructed.
Casey's body remained in Canada on ice for weeks. As his widow, Jeannie had full control over his burial.
Casey and I had spoken about this, about where he would like to be buried, and it was in Israel.
But Casey's children thought that was crazy.
My dad's as American as apple pie. He lived in Los Angeles for 58 years. He wanted to be buried in Los Angeles.
Casey's body took flight again, this time to, of all places, Norway. Where Jeannie orchestrated a burial fit for a king. Only she and Liberty were at Casey's gravesite. But they did bring their own camera crew.
Why Norway, of all places?
There are concrete reasons for that. But because I'm in litigation, I can't share that with you.
My dad's never been to Norway. She's not Norwegian.
What is going on here?
When you tell so many lies, you get caught up in them.
After Casey's death, the battle between the Kasems went nuclear. Both sides in this epic family feud sued the other for wrongful death.
What she did to my dad was elder abuse. Straight and simple.
That trip is what cost my dad his life. He could have had 2 or 3 more years. She took him from us. You want to call it murder? You want to say she killed him? He's dead because of her.
Casey's children accused Jeannie of a pattern of neglect, where she secretly moved Casey from one care center to the next.
And she used the hospitals and the facilities as a babysitter so she didn't have to take care of him.
I say that that's a flat-out lie. I was there. I was in touch with the doctors.
Jean Kasem accuses the children of hastening his death by pulling the plug on Casey.
They chemically restrained him. They removed his hydration, his nutrition, and all proactive medical care. It was the equivalent of leaving Casey Kasem in the desert to die. I really don't feel well.
It's been a never-ending drama, even when Carrie's lawyers finally deposed Jean.
Court ordered to be here today.
She fainted, blaming the episode on medication. And besides accusing each other of killing Casey, there's that battle royale over his fortune. As seen in this 2017 Inside Edition video, the mansion has become the latest battleground.
The house hasn't been taken care of. The taxes aren't paid. They've destroyed everything. They've killed everything. There's no electricity on. There's no running water.
At the request of Casey's children, a court-appointed trustee attempted to remove and store some of Casey's memorabilia.
How's it feel to go through Casey Kasem's belongings after he was murdered?
Meanwhile, the fight over Casey's assets, lawyers say, could take years.
Today, you are fighting for damages and access to your father's money.
I am fighting for justice. That is what I'm fighting for. My father's wife, Jean Thompson Kasem, didn't want us at the house, wouldn't pass phone calls along.
In 2014, Carrie started a foundation to help pass legislation to protect the visitation rights of children.
I was doing everything I possibly could to see my dad. And the law didn't help me in California.
To date, 12 states have passed a visitation bill, including California.
It passed a year after he died, but I kept fighting till I won.
Despite Carrie's claims of elder abuse and negligence, the Los Angeles District Attorney declined to prosecute Jeannie Kasem, citing insufficient evidence.
The police and the DA won't do a damn thing. That is why we're fighting. Take the money, take it all. I want her in jail.
In November 2018, Washington's Gig Harbor Police Department concluded an investigation into Casey's death. They found his older children were authorized to make medical decisions on his behalf, and there was no evidence of homicide. While the legal wheels grind ahead, this American icon, with his own star on Hollywood Boulevard, is buried in an unmarked grave in Oslo, Norway.
I'm going to bring my father back to the United States of America, where he belongs.
I'm Casey Kasem.
And just as Casey Kasem's legendary voice is certain to carry on,
Till then, keep your feet on the ground and keep reaching for the stars.
his family is determined to keep fighting.
I'm not going to quit. I'm the daughter of a Marine.
My father is right here with me right now and every single day of my life. She can never take him away from me again.